5'7", weighing in at 145 pounds in 19 professional bouts. He has a record of 13 victories and 6 defeats with 7 wins by knockout. Making his PFL debut, fighting out of Delray Beach, Florida, here is Matt Wagee. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striker, standing at 5'9", weighing in at 146 pounds. In 20 professional bouts, he has a record of 17 victories and 3 defeats with 10 wins by knockout. Making his PFL debut, fighting out of Manchester, England, here is Brendan Luckney. Your referee in charge, Chris Tione.
Chris Tione, third man inside of the cage, controlling the action in this featherweight showcase bout. Matt Wagee there in the silver trunks, Brendan Loughnane in the green. 3 5-minute rounds of showcase featherweight action. Not a playoff bout, scouting a little talent for next year's regular season. No touch of the gloves.
He's looking for it. We're fast.
Inside leg kick there from Loughnane.
Center back. We got our counters from there.
Wagee tests a kick. What are we expecting from a striker versus striker matchup, Eve?
Well, striker versus striker matchup, these guys initially looked like they were going to feel each other out, but now we've gotten into the grappling. And this is what Loughnane expected. He said that Wagee is nothing but a typical alpha male fighter, which means he wants to get into those tie-ups, throw some big punches, and look for that guillotine.
Alpha male out of Sacramento, they're very, very good. Wagee says he loves those lock flows, especially those guillotine flows that a lot of those alpha male fighters are so known for.
Nice job by Loughnane to move Wagee and get himself off the cage here. Tests a kick, side kick and leg kick exchange there from these two featherweights.
Now, it looked like Wagee's truly looking for that takedown. It seems that every exchange is looking to get to those legs.
Well, jumping switch kick there from Loughnane. Tried the front heel to the face of Wagee, just missed. Another inside leg kick. Going to work already on the legs of Matt Wagee is Brendan Loughnane.
Let him walk. Let him walk. Everything's a walk. Everything's a load up, Wagee. No
big leg kick there.
I need you to drive into
Coming up later tonight on ESPN Plus, our number 6 seed there, Ray Cooper. He will take on Sadibou C. Both of those fighters coming off losses, both looking to rebound and advance in the welterweight playoffs.
Sharp kicks from Loughnane, and that's going to pay dividends in the later round.
And I also like how he's aware of the takedown off of the kick. He's on one foot, but he's ready to defend, change levels, get his hips down, get his head low.
Randy, this is not a playoff fight, but Brendan Loughnane especially comes in to the PFL roster with a lot of hype. A lot of people have paid attention to him because of what happened with the Contender Series bout and the non-offer after that. So there's a certain amount of pressure associated with that.
I think he has, he admitted he's feeling some pressure. Everybody expects him to come out and do big things. He was disappointed in not getting the nod after the Contender Series, but he's really, really happy to be here. He knows next season where he's going to be fighting at least 5 times.
Head kick tested out there by Brendan Loughnane. Yves Wagee trying to close that distance and figure out how he can get his hand on Loughnane. He gets an answer with a right hand trying to close the distance.
Yeah, and if he comes into that range, he's going to have a lot of problems.
Another big leg kick from Loughnane.
Offline under.
Wagee retreats. Loughnane taking center control of the cage here. 2 minutes remain here in the first round of action at Mandalay Bay, our new home for the 2019 playoffs. Another inside leg kick. We've seen 5 or 6 of those already, Randy. They pay dividends later in a fight.
Absolutely. That second and third round, those legs are going to start to not to want to move. They're going to stiffen up, and it's going to be harder to change levels and close the distance, which seems to be what Wagee's game plan has been.
Here comes the kick again. Get ready on that.
Wagee having trouble closing this distance, but he's moving in behind strikes.
And when he does that, he needs to stay on the inside like he just did. He landed that left hook as Loughnane was backing out, but he's got to press forward. As Loughnane is trying to regain that range, he's got to keep his short distance.
Stalking and circling is Brendan Loughnane, the Manchester, England representative in the green trunks. Body kick.
Good reflex by Weggy in firing that left hook right off and blocking that kick.
Spinning back kick from Loughnane, getting more creative with the leg attacks.
The 6 down is there, Waggy, when he goes wide.
1 minute remains here in round number 1.
That's where you want it, right there, Waggy. 6 down. Come on. That's where you want it, right there. Now, stop this, you boxing. Come on. 40 seconds.
Loughnane doing a really good job of controlling that distance, using that footwork and that range. Oh, big left hook.
Waggy was able to close the distance a little bit there. Loughnane, another body kick scores. 30 seconds remain.
That's where you want it, right there. 6 down, go. 6 down, go. There's the line, Waggy, right there.
Closing in on the end of round number 1 here in this new fighter featherweight showcase.
Nice counter. Go.
A lot of kicking offense here, not quite as much work with the hands.
Not a lot of hands being thrown, but I notice every time Loughnane throws that kick, he drops his head, and he's kind of getting hit with that left hook from Weggy.
There's our line. He's looking to counter up the middle.
More featherweight showcase action when we come back. I mentioned that a lot of the offense in round 1 came via leg strike. Yves, tell me how these kicks have been set up and what kind of dividends they're paying.
They are going to pay dividends, especially should this fight go into the 3rd. But Loughnane is just staying on the outside, setting it up by just timing the kick at the perfect shot. I would like to see him follow that up with maybe an uppercut or a straight right.
Round, fight.
But he's landing these kicks successfully.
And he starts round 2 with another heavy leg kick.
Hesitate on it.
Waggy's just having trouble closing the distance, getting past that kicking range to land a hand or even get in on a shot.
That offline too when he's going backwards.
And to do that, he needs to throw combinations. He needs to start with something,
right there,
but don't end with the same technique, not just one technique. Start with the kick, follow with your hands. Start with your hands and end it on the kick as Loughnane is backing out.
Can't let him off the hook like
Great
that.
footwork by Loughnane, man.
Go, commit to that.
Momentarily a little reversal of roles where Waggy took center of the cage, had Loughnane moving on the outside, but we saw him circle to his left all the way out and around. And there's a punching exchange as they grab a hold of one another. Waggy misses with a big hook attempt.
6 down, that's our line, Waggy. I need to follow it with a shift.
A little bit of a trickle of blood, it looks like, over the right eye of Brendan Loughnane.
Don't chase it.
Coming up in some welterweight playoff action, our 3-seed Sada Boussi, tallest fighter in the welterweight division. He'll face off against Ray Cooper III in what promises to be an explosive bout.
No back steps on that,
We
Waggy.
see Weggy changing stances a bit. And when Weggy comes back around to this angle, we'll see those welts building up on that left leg.
Hands up, Waggy.
We can see him on the inside also.
Kicks, let's go. Right there, offline, that's our line.
See the blood tracing down the right cheek of Brendan Loughnane. Right hand just misses. Or maybe it landed by the nod from Matt Waggy. Now Waggy closing the distance, rushing in.
He's looking for the up the middle.
But Randy, again, the footwork of Loughnane, he's just not having it.
He's not having it at all. He does a great job cutting those angles and finding those ways out of those situations where he might be trapped against the fence or trapped in a position.
Don't let him point you. Don't let him point you. Let's go.
Inside of Loughnane's red corner here.
Need them hands. Let's go. Right there, Waggy. That's where it is, right there. Commit to that 6 and let's step through. He don't want that. He don't want that. Off the cage. No circle elbow. Circle off. No elbow.
Mislabeled there. That's actually the corner of Matt Waggy, coaching their fighter through this exchange.
Heavy on that wizard. Break that grip on the right. That's it.
Loughnane pushing Matt Wege against this cage. Randy, a little dirty boxing, a little cage work.
Yeah, absolutely. Use that barrier to your advantage. It can be your best friend or your worst enemy, depending on where you're at.
Interesting to see Loughnane kind of engage that. He backed his way out, but he's the longer fighter. The distance typically is more his friend.
Loughnane is starting to press into that range of exchanges to use his hands now instead of just staying out at kicking range. Rarely do you see a guy throw that many naked kicks. Usually a set kicks up with throwing punches and then finish that combination with a kick. But he's throwing a lot of naked kicks in this fight. And now he's starting to move into that range of exchange where he can land his hands.
Big body kick and a jab to follow it up as Wege chases in after that leg kick. Excuse me, after that body kick.
145.
Yeah, and if he can, like what Randy was just saying, if Loughnane can move in with these strikes and then add the kick to the end of that, you know, he's going to even cause more damage and start to slow Wege down so much more.
Part of our Cageonomics, you can see the tracking of strike speed. Pretty big disparity there between how fast Loughnane is throwing these strikes versus Wege.
Let's go. Circle back. Circle off. Over. There you go. Push.
Even when Wege blasts in and gets to the body-body contact, Loughnane is doing a great job of controlling those situations, getting the underhook, getting inside, and really kind of neutralizing Wege's ability to function from that inside range.
There's that same combination, body kick, and he switches stances there as Wege comes in and Loughnane ducks underneath it. 1 minute left here in round number 2 of the Featherweight New Fighter Showcase.
I would like to see more jabs out of Loughnane because that's going to help him set up those kicks or set up a big shot because he seems to be the man who's controlling this fight right now.
There you go. Lock it up. Lock it up. Lock it up.
Where it happens, when the exchanges happen.
Turn it. Slide off. 30 seconds.
Back to the cage they go. Brendan Loughnane pushing Matt Wege. Loughnane in the green, Wege in the silver trunks. Blood on the faces of both of our competitors now. Loughnane appears to be content to finish this one pressed against the cage. Wege trying to escape. Big exchange to close out round number 2 here. Round 3 ahead on ESPN+. A little body kick there from Matt Wege, Randy.
And a little head contact as he come in, close the distance. Wege's head contacted the right eye, just above the eye of Loughnane. There's a nice naked kick, and then follows it with the jab. Generally that happens in the other sequence.
And then this cage work as we're back in action here in round number 3. Brendan Loughnane signed already for the 2020 Professional Fighters League roster. Matt Wege looking to prove something to the talent scouts here that he belongs on the same roster.
Let's chain it together.
Side kick from Loughnane.
Switch leads by Loughnane. And on the single, there's a surprise.
Down on the single goes Brendan Loughnane. Nice scramble to get back to his feet by Matt Wege there. Didn't want to be underneath the larger fighter.
Absolutely. Got that underhook, circled right to it, came right to his feet, made it very difficult to hold him down.
Now this Loughnane looks like he's looking for the takedown.
Definitely has that overhook, that whizzer. He looked like he was stepping in to use his hips and throw Wege over the top.
We talked about that with him in the fighter meetings, about him hitting that takedown late in the 3rd round in the contender series. He's going for the takedown here again in the 3rd. Maybe he feels like he's going to have a better chance to get the finish on the ground if he goes for the takedown earlier.
Loughnane prides himself on being an exciting fighter, being a finisher. That doesn't mean you can't wrestle. Being well-rounded is important, especially when we're talking about playoff action where you've got to fight twice and win twice, and that's coming up later.
He said that was his whole mindset in the Contender Series. There was 30 seconds left. He said, oh, I can show him that I can wrestle a little bit too, and secured the takedown, but he felt like that's kind of what went against him, and ultimately not getting the nod.
A couple clever knees there, Eve, against the cage.
Yeah, and I like how creative he is, but he's got to get Wege's head a little bit higher so he can do some real damage with those knees.
Get the table, run it, switch it, table.
Now Wege in on the single leg. Head inside single by Matt Wege. 3 minutes left here, plenty of time to work. Loughnane presses out of it.
I need that shift step down up, Wege.
And switches stances again.
That shift step down up.
Nice combination there, finishes with an inside leg kick.
That's what I'm talking about. Put your combinations together, finish with the kicks that you've been successful with.
The jab missed, but the right hand landed there for Brendan Loughnane, starting to put them together a little bit here, halfway through round number 3. Takes the back of Wege. Up and down Wege goes. And straight to work is Brendan Loughnane. Posture very important here, Randy.
Absolutely very important.
We gotta push, Wege, let's go. We gotta push, Wege, let's go.
Now what I would like to see is Wege move his hips, drop his hips to the mat and circle them to his left so he can pass this open butterfly guard and be more effective from side control with some pressure. But now he's in the closed guard. He's gonna have to do a little more work to get by now.
2 minutes. Kick off, kick, up.
Loughnane stands up out of the guard of Wege and right back to their feet. Less than 2 minutes here in round 3. Loughnane turning up the striking attack a little bit here as well.
Starting to find range and let his hands go is Brendan Loughnane.
Dig it under, watch the separation, hands up. Off the cage,
Punches his way out of the breaks. I like how he does that. He does a good job keeping that, finding that distance when he punches.
body kick.
Big shots.
Big body kick and follows it up with a few punches. Now Wege looks to be in trouble. He's flat-footed, standing back against the cage.
I would love to see Loughnane now transfer to his punches and go to some body shots with his hands.
Looked like Wege was temporarily stunned a little bit there, but gets back on his bike. Now he's moving a little bit. Right here against our broadcast position, Wege with his back on the cage. Loughnane separates with a hook. 1 minute left here in round number 3. Featherweight new fighter showcase. Both fighters trying to prove their worth for the 2020 PFL featherweight roster.
Nice stiff 1-2 by Loughnane as Wege came in.
I need big hands.
Wege's hands have dropped a little bit in this middle of this round.
Those body kicks might have something to do with it.
Oh, nice right hand there by Loughnane.
Absolutely.
And another lands, a short one this time.
If he puts together a sustained combination, he may be able to take Wege out right here.
Stumbling around, fatigue, shock, we don't know what it is, but Wege less steady on his feet than he was a round ago. And there's that sustained combination, but then he closes the distance. A flurry here with 10 seconds left from Loughnane. High kick, another jab.
Man, Wege is tough.
A big hook to respond from Wege. Loughnane smiles at it. Interesting finish to this bout. And Randy, I think Brendan Loughnane put together his best round there in the 3rd.
Absolutely did. He let his hands go a little bit more. The takedowns were nice. He did a great job of controlling Wege. Very impressive performance by Brendan Loughnane.
Both a little worse for the wear. We'll find out how the judges saw it when we come back. Professional Fighters League action underway here at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. There's Matt Wege. Just took part in a spirited three-round affair in a featherweight showcase bout. There's his opponent, Brendan Loughnane. Great display of sportsmanship. Here's a couple of replays, those body kicks, and then the entry here, Randy, for the takedown.
Used the kick to transition right to that single leg, dumped him nice, transitioned right in, and did a good job from the top position. Here, letting his hands go, finding range, has Wege in trouble, and against the fence. Here's the big, pick him up and drop him to the mat. Again, control position, keeps his head up, posture's really nice. Loughnane does a good job here, shows some great wrestling and grappling ability. Again, finding that range, letting those hands go, smothering, and staying right on Wege. Big right hand.
Brendan Loughnane, his first Professional Fighters League bout, already signed for the 2020 featherweight season. A prospect that a lot of people had their eyes on. Eve, a lot of pressure coming in. Did he live up to the hype, so to speak?
You know, if we're looking for him to get finishes every single time, that's just not something that's going to happen. He is a high percentage fighter. He puts out a lot of volume, and we saw him really starting to get into his groove in the third round of that fight. Next season, if he comes in with that same energy in the beginning of the season, he's going to be a threat to a lot of the featherweights that we have right now.
Lillian Garcia has the official judge's decision inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards, and the totals are 30-26, 30-27, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision in the featherweight division, Brendan Loughnane.
So a successful debut in PFL action for Brendan Loughnane. Improves overall to 18-3 in his mixed martial arts career. Still to come here on ESPN+, another showcase bout, Jesse Ronson and Nikolai Alexakhin. And then we'll get into our welterweight playoffs. Sadabusi, Ray Cooper III, Glyco Franza, the surprise 1 seed, and Andre Fialho, maybe the most unknown talent on our welterweight roster. All that's still to come on ESPN+. For more on that, we go to Caroline Pierce inside the cage.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with a very happy Brendan. You were feeling the pressure coming into this to perform. You've been signed for the 2020 season. Welcome to the Professional Fighters League. How do you feel about the performance?
Hey, what a wonderful place to be, first of all. Las Vegas PFL treated me absolutely amazingly. I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's great to have you. Look, you said you expected the overhand right and the takedowns, great use of footwork, switching stances. Did it play out how you expected, and did anything surprise you?
Listen, nothing. I wanted to finish, that was it. I'm not happy with my performance because all I want is finishes. So anything that goes to a decision, win or lose, I don't like it. I like to entertain the people. This camp was a bit mad, few ups and downs in the camp, kind of showed tonight. But, you know, first fight for PFL, 30-26. I mean, come on, what else can you say? He had a mallet head.
Excellent. You finished with a flurry, landing the big right hand and the knee. Did you think you might get him out of there at the end?
Oh, I've just got no luck getting people out of here recently. All the finishes that I've got in my career. Just recently, guys, I've been taking them because this is the higher level now. This is the highest level it gets. So, you know, guys are a lot more durable and they've got a lot more experience. So I'll go back to my camp and I'll work on a few things. But overall, I want finishes. That's it.
You said coming into the PFL for next season, it'd be like climbing Mount Everest. You've taken the first step. I know the people in Manchester, England would have stayed up till about 1 a.m. to watch you tonight. Any message for them?
Manchester, England, the home. I know you're all in pubs at home watching it, going absolutely crazy. There's a few of them that have made the trip all the way from Manchester to here. So thank you guys very much. And I promise you, New Year's Eve, fireworks.
Well, a big congratulations. Welcome to the PFL. Brendan Loughnane, back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. We might need to get a translator in there next time Brendan Loughnane does a post-fight interview. That Manchester accent is fantastic, but it's thick, Eve.
It's pretty thick. I was thinking to myself, this is a pretty British interview going on right now.
Up next, another showcase bout. Jesse Ronson Offered an opportunity at welterweight. He's traditionally a lightweight. Offered an opportunity at welterweight. He said, yeah, of course I want that. We'll see him and Nikolai Alexakhin. Big time prospect out of Russia. How does he square up with Jesse Ronson? We find out next. Enter the 2019 PFL Playoff Bracket Challenge presented by Presidente today for a shot to win $30,000. Fill out a free bracket, select your picks, and compete against your friends. You must be 21 and over to play. Pick winners, get cash, only on DraftKings. Kayla Harrison, the two-time Olympic judo gold medalist, 2 seed in the women's lightweight playoff. We'll see her later tonight on ESPN2. She's here stretching in the building. And there is Sada Boussi. We'll see him. That's the next bout coming up after this one. This is the first welterweight playoff bout of the night. Sada Boussi, the former middleweight playoff contender in season 1 of PFL action. And there's his opponent, Randy, Ray Cooper III. Intense as always.
Mr. Ferocity right there.
Before we get to welterweight playoff action, another showcase bout. Jesse Ronson out of Canada and Nikolai Alexakhin, prospect out of Russia, a newcomer to the PFL. Ronson, traditionally a lightweight, but offered this fight at 170. He said, I'm a fighter, I'll take it. Randy, Nikolai Alexakhin, maybe not the same kind of hype that Brendan Loughnane, but he's also a well-known prospect in the business.
Absolutely. Here's a guy that's a master sport in Sambo. He has over 50 matches in Sambo. Like a lot of these Russian competitors, a huge combative sports history. He feels like he's, this is an American debut. First time in America, competing here. Spent a month here training, getting prepared for this fight tonight.
3 of his last 5 wins, all of those overseas. 3 of those last 5 wins over UFC veterans. So he's faced tough competition before, and he's proven that he can hang.
His teammates want to call him Men's Health Magazine. That's
I wonder why.
Can't figure that out, honestly.
There's Jesse Ronson. We've seen him in PFL action before, not at welterweight though.
Yeah, and he had, because of that, he really didn't have to cut weight for this fight. You know, he wanted to fight. The PFL called him with an offer. It was a weight class up, and he jumped at the opportunity. He checked out Nikolai. He said that he fades late in the fight, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to take him deep, wants to put the pressure on him, and make him fade and take him out late in this one.
What kind of size disparity are we actually talking about here? Well, Jesse Ronson, the traditional lightweight, he's actually an inch taller than Nikolai Alexakhin, but he gives up a 3.5-inch reach advantage to the Russian fighter. Lillian Garcia gets another showcase bout started inside the PFL Smart Cage.
And now we continue with another new fighter showcase, this time in the welterweight division, brought to you by Cage Muscle. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a striker, standing at 5'9", officially weighing in at 170 pounds. In 28 professional fights, he has a record of 23 victories and 5 defeats, with 10 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Bryansk, Russia, here is Nikolai Alexakhin. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also a striker, standing at 5 feet 10, weighing in officially at 170 pounds. In 29 professional bouts, he has a record of 20 victories and 9 defeats, with 10 wins by knockout. Fighting out of London, Ontario, Canada, here is Jesse Ronson. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson making sure everybody behaves tonight inside the PFL Smart Cage. He's equipped there with a referee cam. Maybe we'll get his perspective on this fight a little bit later. Jesse Ronson in the blue and red. Nikolai Alexakhin out of Russia.
Sir, you ready?
In the
Sir,
gray
you ready?
shorts.
Fight.
Open stance here. Ronson, the southpaw. Alexakhin started things out with an inside leg kick there. Ronson answers with a leg kick of his own. Nice combination, body and then a hook there from Nikolai Alexakhin. Ronson crowding Alexakhin here, right in rangey.
He's just standing right at the ends of Alexakhin's range, though. And that's dangerous because those punches from Alexakhin do look powerful.
Alexakhin's doing a nice job of level changing, up and down, moving his head up and down, and throwing body punch and then coming up high.
Get those hands down.
Nikolai has scored TKOs in 3 of his last 5 victories. Ronson won 4 out of his last 5. The only blemish, of course, to our season 1 lightweight champion, Natan Schultz. So really no shame in a loss like that one. We'll take a look inside Nikolai Alexakhin's corner.
Pull him. Yeah. Approach. Take your territory. Meet him at the rear arm. Don't go to the left. No. Keep your side. Kola, be careful. Don't let him transfer. Yeah, number 2. Don't let him transfer. With the rear arm.
You saw there inside Alexakhin's corner, world-ranked light heavyweight Nikita Krylov. He is one of the biggest, scariest heavyweights going. Nice combination there from Ronson, getting more aggressive here.
Ronson definitely moving forward, trying to keep the pressure off of Nikolai. Ooh, Nikolai landing the better shots there.
Nice right-hand shovel uppercut there. Left hand lands for Jesse Ronson. That one was right on the beard of Nikolai Alexakhin. A lot of action here early.
Doesn't Alexakhin look a little bit like Conor McGregor in the face with that beard?
I think Conor McGregor would probably trade bodies with him.
I agree with that. Whoa, big head kick.
Ronson's stunned.
Another body shot there from Nikolai Alexakhin. We've seen both of these guys going to the body here in round 1. Halfway through now. Sharp jab there and a nice knee from Nikolai Alexakhin. Striking really flows.
A lot of tools on display there, Nikolai.
But you can see by the face of Alexakhin that Ronson is landing. It's that left hand that he steps in with, and here he closes the distance, maybe try to drag the Russian to the ground with 2 minutes left in the round.
Now in the fighter meetings, Ronson did say that Alexakhin does not like to be on the ground. He hates to be down there. He panics when he's down there.
Eve, you constantly talk about the need for fighters to string combinations together because it's often number 3 or number 4 that lands. And Nikolai Alexakhin, that's exactly the strikes that are landing for him.
Exactly, the big 3rd and 4th punch.
Oh, big knee. The knee caught him in the breadbasket.
Big trouble here. Alexakhin pouring it on, and the referee steps in. Successful welterweight debut for Nikolai Alexakhin.
That hand speed on that finish, though.
He smelled blood in the water, and he got after it.
Looked like a knee straight up the middle, hit Ronson right in the breadbasket. Really hurt him, made him vulnerable, and Nikolai Alexakhin turned it on to finish it.
Remember, this was a welterweight showcase bout, not a playoff bout here in season 2, but Nikolai Alexakhin has been signed to the 2020 Professional Fighters League roster, so we'll be seeing more of that next season.
I see why he was signed.
Big victory in his American debut. Nikolai Alexakhin bursting onto the scene. Official when we come back. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, cage side here, and those are our Cageonomics numbers for a showcase bout between Jesse Ronson and Nikolai Alexakhin. 14 out of 16 of those ground strikes landed, Eve, and they all landed in rapid succession.
Wow, I mean, the hand speed at the end of that was beautiful, but he set it up with that beautiful knee, and he saw, like you said, he saw blood in the water, jumped on it like that shark that he is, and got himself a finish.
Randy, you talked about the tools that were on display. I mean, the numbers tell you, kicks, knees, punches, all of it.
Absolutely, he did a little bit of everything tonight, and he did it all very well.
Victory for Nikolai Alexakhin. And here's the knee.
He gets to that tie clinch and immediately fires that knee. He sees Ronson drop to his knees a bit, and he just pours it on. Look at that. Lefts and rights. A lot of people just want to throw their power hand in that situation. No, he wants to throw them both and just put a barrage on Ronson to get him out of there.
Ronson's defense was up, but it didn't really matter because that onslaught was coming and it wasn't going to stop. Keith Peterson intervenes, and you can see Ronson, no need to protest there. He knew the beginning of the end was upon him. There's the corner reaction for the Russian newcomer. We'll go inside the Professional Fighters League Smart Cage for the official decision with Lillian Garcia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 3 minutes and 37 seconds into round number 1. Your winner by TKO, Nikolai Alexakhin.
Impressive PFL debut for Nikolai Alexakhin. We'll see a lot more of him on the 2020 regular season. He has already been signed. Still to come right here on ESPN Plus. It's welterweight playoff action. Sadibou Sibre Cooper III, Glyco França, and Andre Fialho yet to come. Back inside the cage we go with Caroline Pearson, our winner.
Thanks, Sean. A very successful debut here in the PFL. You told us this week that you wanted to perform so well that you could show your thank you to the PFL and your fans. Do you think that was as good as you wanted it to be? Does that classify or get the so well distinction?
Прежде всего, поздравляем вас с победой. Вы хорошо дебютировали. Ранее в неделе вы сказали, что вы хотели показать и доказать, что вы можете выступать, и показать своим болельщикам, что вы действительно можете участвовать в этой лиге. Как вы считаете, у вас получилось это сегодня?
Да, я приветствую Лас-Вегас. Всем добрый вечер. Хочу спасибо сказать за такую великолепную поддержку. Очень чувствуется. По поводу своих желаний и амбиций я не отказываюсь. Я рад дебютировать.
Hello, Vegas. First of all, I would like to thank everybody for a great support. I'm very pleased to debut in this league.
Я рад дебютировать в этой лиге. Я хочу выступать в Гран-при и выиграть его. Я настроен серьезно.
I'm very pleased to be in this league, and I'm very serious about it.
Well, it's great to have you here. We're seeing the finish on the screen there. You set it up with the knee. Talk to us about that finish.
Только что на экране показали вашу победу, ваш финиш. Как вы можете вкратце описать, как вы чувствуете?
Но я чувствовал, что я попадал, чувствую, что разбивал, что попал по корпусу, Джесси подсел. И финальное попадание с колена, в которое он поплыл, а добивание уже, так сложилось.
I knew that I'm hitting him a lot. I felt that he's missing a lot of punches to the body. And then the final hit with the knee, that's really when Jesse went down and I had to finish him.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the 2020 season. Nikolai Alexahin.
Спасибо большое. Я еще вернусь, Вегас.
Thank you very much, Vegas. I'll be back.
Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline Pierce. Nikolai Alexahin. Unbelievable. Great debut, successful. He's excited to be here. I got to tell you, we're excited to have him in the Professional Fighters League. And coming up, Ray Cooper III, starting off his 2019 playoff run with a quarterfinal matchup against Sadabu C. He was a middleweight playoff contender a year ago. He dropped down to welterweight, and he finds himself in the number 3 position. That bout coming up next.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By SeatGeek, score the best deal on tickets. And by Caged Muscle.
Welcome back to Mandalay Bay and Professional Fighters League action. Now for the playoffs. Welterweights and women's lightweights. We'll see Magomed Karimov and John Howard later, and Kayla Harrison and Sarah Kaufman. That's coming up on ESPN2. But right here on ESPN Plus, we continue with welterweight playoff action. The showcase bouts are in the books. Great debut for Brendan Loughnane. Great debut for Nikolai Alexahin. But this is what tonight is all about. Fight twice and win twice. We begin our playoff action now. And Randy, PFL's changed the game in mixed martial arts. Fighting twice and winning twice in one night. It's a whole different animal.
Absolutely. There's a psychological component to this. Some guys want that next match right away. They don't want to wait and cool down. Some guys want to wait an hour, hour and a half before they have to be warmed up and walk back out there. How are they going to solve that problem? It's problem solving at its finest. You have plenty of time to prepare technically for that first guy, but you don't know who's going to advance. So you kind of glaze over it and figure it out on the fly in 30 minutes to an hour, and that's the challenge.
And Eve, you got to get through the first fight with a win, but healthy enough to compete in the second bout. How do you make it happen?
Ooh, you've got to get in there and you've got to stay focused. I mean, you want to take out the first opponent that you have as soon as possible, but you also have to be efficient. You can't let yourself get damaged. And then when you get backstage after that first win, you got to get in the situation room with your coaches. You guys have made some contemporary plans for these next possible opponents, but it's not for sure until that happens. And when you get that opponent set, then you have to go to the drawing board and lock it in. Go out here and perform. This is my favorite part of the season. I cannot wait to see these first rounds because that second round is just going to be more excitement.
It's the toughest night in mixed martial arts, and it's right here at Mandalay Bay. So how do the matchups look? Here's our welterweight playoff bracket. Our #1 seed, a surprise for some people, Glyco França will take on Andre Fialho, who's still a relative unknown with a little bit of a walkover win that got him in here. He was not allowed to fight because his opponent didn't make weight, but he got the walkover win. Still a mystery there. Howard was in a win-or-go-home scenario. Michaud was in a win-or-go-home scenario. They both came through. They're the 4 and the 5 seeds. Sada Boussi and Ray Cooper III. That is coming up next. And Magomed Karimov and Chris Curtis, a little rivalry. That one's happening later tonight also. I don't know which one I like the best, but I love them all. Sada Boussi versus Ray Cooper III. These two may be coming off of knockout losses, but both have the talent and the power to go all the way in these playoffs. And a very interesting size difference in this one. C will have a 10-inch reach advantage. We talked to both fighters about this unique matchup and their strategies coming in. Big left hooks.
Left hook. Cooper is dropped and in big trouble.
Howard should make space. Stay on the outside.
Another left hook. Cooper is down.
John Howard.
I'm gonna come out the same way. If I fought John Howard the second time, I would fight him the same way. It happens. I left myself open, and I can't leave myself open. I left myself open on the ground against Magomed, and I got caught. I left myself open standing up. I got caught. So it happens. It's in the past, and it's not gonna happen again. Damn for sure that. I obviously gotta get in, and I'm gonna get in on him. Sooner or later, I'm gonna catch him against the fence. He's gonna want to clinch up with me or get away. I'm pretty much gonna be chasing him the whole time. But if I do choose to take him down, he ain't gonna get up.
If he's smart, he's gonna try to go for the takedowns. But the thing is, he has to be careful because there's a lot of distance to close, and he can't just do that. And if he comes in, he has to be able to come out without getting hit. So that's how the fight is gonna turn. Like, that's gonna dictate the fight, the distance, and who's gonna get the. If I'm gonna be able to hold it at the striking range. He's an athletic guy. He likes to go forward, and when he dictates the fight and when he dictates the distance, he's good. He has a little bit of the bully mentality that he tries to scare you. That's not gonna be the case for me. Like, you're not gonna scare me. So you need to really do things. You're not gonna just look at me and I'm gonna lose against myself, you know.
There he is, Season 1 finalist, Ray Cooper III, a man on a mission not only to prove that last year's loss was a fluke, Randy, but that this knockout loss in his last bout to John Howard, he can bounce back.
What's up with him? He's picked up the old bull syndrome. He's going to walk to the cage. Usually he runs. He's like full of it. He just can't wait to get in there. So maybe we see a little more tempered and calculated Ray Cooper tonight.
If you hear a little background noise, the Hawaiian contingent here on the 9th Island, as they call it, 200 people strong, they told me it was going to be. Ray Cooper III, a lot of support here.
I see a lot of Hawaiian flags up there in the stands.
I think they brought all of Oahu with them.
Randy, what's the key, the real key to victory here for Ray Cooper?
He's got to move his head, he's got to close the distance, but not do it recklessly. Set up his punches, use his wrestling, put this guy on his back and take that range out and make it not a factor.
He is a finisher. You saw the stat there. All of his career wins are finishes. And his opponent, Sadabusi. Tall, former middleweight, and a vicious striker with finishing ability, Eve.
Yeah, Sadabu combined in his in other combat sports, Muay Thai, kickboxing, he has about 85 fights. You know, that's a lot of ring experience. He's young in the game of mixed martial arts. But a few weeks ago, I went to Sweden. I worked with Sadabu, and he's very talented. He has a lot of natural instincts, and he didn't have the right textbooks for defending takedowns. He's very understanding of concepts, though. So what I'm looking forward to seeing is the way he's going to implement some of the things that we worked on, and how he's going to defend these takedowns and take away the pressure from Ray Cooper as Ray's coming forward and be able to keep himself on the outside and sharpshoot like the sniper that he is.
Well, we have no special insight into the strategies for either of these guys, but I'm curious to know if Sadabusi's newfound wrestling technique is enough to negate a Hawaiian state champion, a guy who's been wrestling for his entire life with a family of fighters. All of his brothers are fighters. His dad is a fighter. Ray Cooper looking to get back to his winning ways here. And both of these men hoping to advance. Remember, this is playoff action. 2-round quarterfinal fight. Sadabusi and Ray Cooper III. I think this might be my favorite fight on the whole card. We talked about the disparity in reach here. 10-inch reach advantage for the much taller Sadabusi. 7-inch leg reach advantage. That could be significant, especially when we're talking about a guy who has so many finishes with his legs, kicks and knees. Sadabusi is vicious, a sniper, as Eve Edwards called him. Lillian Garcia gets the welterweight playoff started inside the PFL Smart Cage.
And now it is time for the first fight of the 2019 PFL Playoffs. We begin in the welterweight division with the quarterfinals. This is brought to you by SeatGeek, where you can score the best deals on tickets. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. His background is in boxing. Standing at 5'7", weighing in at 170 pounds. In 25 professional bouts, he has a record of 18 victories and 7 defeats. Here is the number 6 seed, fighting out of Pearl City, Hawaii, Brada Ray Cooper III. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a kickboxer, towering at 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. In 14 professional bouts, he has a record of 8 victories, 5 defeats, and 1 draw. Here is the number 3 seed, fighting out of Stockholm, Sweden, the Swedish Denzel Washington, Sadabusi. Your referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith will oversee the playoff action. Welterweights. Sadabusi in the blue trunks, Ray Cooper III in the silver. A spot in the semifinals on the line and keeping the dream alive for a Season 2 championship. Touch of the gloves, and we are off in playoff action.
I have a love-hate relationship with guys that I consider friends fighting each other.
Ray Cooper grabs the kick, catches it, and immediately goes to work against the cage.
And Sadabu is going to stuff the head right here, try to keep Ray Cooper from being strong. You put that posture, you break the posture of the neck, you take away some of that strength. But Ray does a good job.
Great balance there by Sadabusi. Up and down goes Ray Cooper, but C able to plant his feet. And that's one of the reasons why this size and height disparity could be a big factor, Randy.
So look how wide those legs are. He's got great balance. You think you got him up where he's going to go down, and he manages to get a toe or a pad of his foot or something on the floor to keep himself up. Nice job by Cooper catching that kick and following it into that single leg. That was very nice timing.
That also tells us pretty much what Ray Cooper's strategy is. He wants to get this fight to the ground. He knows he has an advantage there, and he wants to get it there as soon as possible.
Nice knees there by Sadabousi. There's last year's champion, Magomed Karimov. He could potentially be facing the winner of this bout in his second fight of the night if he can get past his first opponent, Chris Curtis. Cooper doggedly pursuing this takedown against the cage. And Randy, we know that the takedown is his strategy, but this is an exhausting method of fighting.
It absolutely is. He's spending a lot of energy. He's carrying a lot of Sadabou's weight in this situation. He needs to really change directions. It's easy to go forward and easy for Sadabou to adjust to that. But he starts pushing and pulling and creating some space between that solid barrier. It makes it much tougher on Sadabou to keep his balance.
Cooper caught another kick there. Goes to work on the inside. Big
shot by Ray Cooper.
Ray Cooper to the ground and pound. Sadabousi in trouble after being dropped, but able to grab onto Ray Cooper and hopefully gain a reset here.
Looked like a right hand caught Sadabousi right behind the ear and stunned him a little bit.
In a wild exchange.
Cooper lands inside control. There's the action man, Chris Curtis. He'll fight Maga Million, last year's champion, in his quarterfinal bout. Shoulder pressure here on the top from Ray Cooper III.
And this is where Ray Cooper is going to be able to display the most control.
Sadabou just patiently waiting. Does he need to be active with those arms? He's got neutral arms right now.
He does. He needs to take that right arm and do what with it?
Get an underhook on that other side.
Find that far side underhook. Get Ray Cooper's head off of the mat, and that's going to give him some space. Take some of the pressure away from Ray's top position.
2 minutes remaining here in round number 1 of this welterweight quarterfinal bout. Ray Cooper III on top of Sadabousi. Yves, show us how Sadabou could potentially get that underhook.
Well, he punched that arm through underneath right there. We see him there. Now what he's doing, he's taking away that pressure. But look at Ray Cooper. What Ray's doing is circling his hips in this direction to cover Sadabou's hips and keep the pressure on him. Now Sadabou's in that open guard, and this is a completely different fight. He's got to get his feet on the ground if he wants to be able to stand.
See, keeping his legs high. Big right hand thrown down from the top by Ray Cooper III. Searches with a left hand for some ground and pound. Sadabousi doing a good job controlling the hands, minimizing the damage and the potential power on those shots from the top. Randy, there's a couple ways you can posture here. Ray Cooper goes from his feet now to one knee down.
A little harder to bring your hips as hard as he needs to bring his hips, especially with a longer opponent. He's got to keep his knees off the mat, stay on his toes, get his hips in and his head up, clear that head tie, get that head up, bring those hips in hard, and then he can pick his shots from there and make Sadabou try to cover.
Inside of 1 minute left here in round number 1. Ray Cooper III, we wondered if he was going to be wild, if he was going to come out charging, or if he was going to shoot this takedown. He went with the smart approach here, getting Sadabousi onto his back.
Honestly, I think we saw it from his walk-in. Usually he comes storming in the cage, and he walked out. He's biding his time. He's being smart about it, tactful about it. Whoa, big left hand.
Big left hand misses, and now Sadabousi potentially gets back to work with the kicks. Ray Cooper, drops leg Ray Cooper with a short right hand. 10 seconds left. Can Ray Cooper survive after being knocked silly there by Sadabousi? Wild first round and round 2 coming up. Huge playoff action. More to come.
All right, seconds out. Second round, let's go. Wipe it down.
Big right hand.
Sadabu, mouthpiece. All right, second round.
Eve Edwards, they traded knockdowns in this one. That was late in the round. Sadabu knocks Ray Cooper down.
Yeah, he used his accuracy, but right here, Ray, they get into a brawl right here, and Ray's able to land 3 big shots. Sadabu gets hurt, he falls back and tries to pull guard to recover. Didn't get to guard, but he was able to recover on bottom.
Touch of the gloves for round 2, and Sadabu immediately goes to work with the jab. Retreating again is Sadabu, and Cooper presses him against the cage, searching for another takedown. Late rally there in round 1 from Sadabu, but was that Ray Cooper's round?
I still had a 10-9 for Ray Cooper. Sadabu did some great things, was effective and came back a little bit, but I think the round still went to Cooper at 10-9.
Remember, quarterfinal bouts are 2 rounds. Should it be 1 round apiece on the judges' scorecards after the 2, the judges will be asked to name an overall winner. One disparity from what we had on the rule book, in season 1, where the emphasis was placed on round 1. Now judges will be asked to judge it on old school pride rules. Who's the overall winner of the fight?
Nice knees from the clinch here by Sadabu, using that size.
Cooper catches one and puts him down, but C goes right back up. And again, we talk about this is the first of 2 bouts for whoever the winner is. This is a taxing method of fighting for both guys.
Absolutely, both guys spending a ton of energy, taking a ton of shots.
What I would like to see Sadabu do right here is push down on that head of Ray Cooper. As Ray Cooper has his head down low, close to Sadabu's hips. If he pushes down on that, that's going to take away a lot of the pressure forward from Ray Cooper and make Ray expend a lot of energy.
I like Sadabu's hand control. Really hard to take a guy down with one hand. He's grabbed onto that one hand of Ray Cooper's, and he is not going to let that go.
He's got to pick Ray Cooper up now and get his back off of the fence. What Ray needs to do, Ray needs to isolate one leg. Sadabu's legs are too long, his hips are too wide. He's going to have a hard time cutting that corner.
And you saw him there trying to duck under, try to turn the corner. More knees from Sadabu. That's one thing we talked about in the fighter meetings. He said, if he closes distance, he's coming into my clinch. It's not just about wrestling. Ray Cooper has to survive my knees, and so far the Hawaiian has done it.
It's the advantage of a taller opponent. Easy to bring those knees up and hit you right in the guts.
Here's Sadabu's corner.
Nice underhook by Sadabu. There was a cup check.
Quick timeout for the cup check here. Now this will be an interesting strategic decision here. Not the worst groin shot we've seen, but you get up to 5 minutes to recover. Does Ray Cooper take his time, catch his breath a little bit here?
I'm telling you what, Sadabu's making him spend a bunch of energy trying to secure these takedowns. He's wise if he does take a little bit of this time, catch his breath.
Halfway through round number 2, the second and final round in this welterweight quarterfinal.
With good instincts, and Sadabu has good instincts and balance, you know, it takes a lot of effort. It takes more effort to be offensive in those wrestling situations than to be defensive.
If you take a look at the Cageonomics readout here on the bottom of your screen, you see the Ray Cooper III throwing with his typical heat, 25.2 miles an hour, probably on one of those right hands. Back at it after about a minute of rest, and the jab lands for Sadabu. Head kick misses, well, is blocked, excuse me. Body kick for Sadabu. Ray Cooper staying at Sadabu's range here.
I think Ray is a little tired. He spent a ton of energy.
Catches a kick.
Sadabu's so tall, so long, he's able to stay on the outside. Ray just bull rushed him and got to this takedown.
Trapped both of his feet. Sadabu felt like a tree, felt like a redwood out there.
And now Ray Cooper III goes to work, pinning Sadabu's legs together. Randy pulls the figure 4, wraps those legs. Pat is a dominant top position.
Took a Nurmagomedov tactic and stepped over both those feet, trapping him. Now if he can get good posture with his head and clear his hands, he can really land some good shots from here.
Will fatigue become a factor here in round number 2? 90 seconds left. Ray Cooper III on top of Sadabu. C's gonna have to get back to his feet to make something happen here with a smothering state champion wrestler on top of him.
Sadabu's got to get that right palm of his behind Ray Cooper's neck and stuff his head. Just really crowd Ray Cooper into his own hips. Push Ray Cooper towards his right, but Ray's doing the right thing by picking his head up, putting his forehead into Sadabu's chin, and smashing him up against the fence.
See, negating the offense from Ray Cooper on top, but right now it's all about control. You can see that a lot of the fight has taken place here with our fight tracker up against the cage, which is exactly, Randy, where Ray Cooper III wanted it and needed it.
Absolutely. He did not want Sadabu C out in the middle in that blue, using that range and that length.
Here we go. This situation.
Fight tracker there. Sorry, Eve, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. This situation is one of the things that we worked on specifically with Sadabu, working on the fence, trying to defend this body lock from here, and returning to a front-to-front position, to a neutral position. Now what I would like to see him do is pummel that left arm in and dig Ray Cooper, pick him back up, make Ray Cooper stand tall.
20 seconds left here in this grinder of a quarterfinal fight between Ray Cooper, who tries to turn the corner for another takedown.
Nice second
Scores another one there.
Nice second effort by Ray Cooper to drop levels, get in deeper on those hips, and come back out and then turn the corner to finish that takedown.
There is the final bell in this welterweight quarterfinal. Ray Cooper finishes on top of Sadabu C. Well, Randy, we thought that maybe it was Ray's first round. I think the takedown and the control was probably enough for round number 2, but you never know how the judges will see.
Yeah, sometimes the judges don't score things, especially when it comes to ground fighting, the way you think they will sometimes. But the second round was much closer, but I think Ray eked it out with those 2 takedowns.
Little mouse under the right eye there of Ray Cooper III. And a fatiguing performance for both men. No matter who wins, gonna have to go back and recover. We'll find out the winner next. Welcome back to Mandalay Bay. We just finished our first welterweight quarterfinal playoff bout of the evening. There's Ray Cooper Jr. and Ray Cooper III icing the eye. Remember, it's fight twice and win twice. So all the damage, all the fatigue, all of the pain that you have from this first bout, you carry into the second bout of the evening here. Whoever the judges decide is the winner is going to have to go back and recover. Here's our Cageonomics total numbers. Pretty even in the striking battle as far as percentages of strikes landed. But those 3 takedowns for Ray Cooper III, Randy.
Those 3 takedowns really told where this fight took place for most of the fight. And that was against the cage or on the fence, on the ground.
Sadabu C was active with the kicks, but Ray Cooper caught the kicks. And that was one thing that was maybe part of the strategy for the wrestler. You know you're gonna get kicked, you gotta grab one.
Every time he kicks, you gotta make him pay. You gotta follow through. He's standing on one foot. It's very hard to sprawl and change directions, so it makes you vulnerable to that takedown.
Saw Ray not enjoying those knees, and he was able to catch a final knee and finish the takedown right here. He bowls Sadabu over. He's just chasing. When he goes low on those, it's basically a low ankle. Double low ankles trip Sadabu over, and from there it was very hard for Sadabu to get back to the top. But he did do some damage from the bottom and when he was in the open on his feet. So we'll see what the judges say, but I agree with you guys with Ray edging out those 2 rounds. Close fight though, tough fight.
And we knew it would be, right? The entire welterweight bracket in these playoffs is stacked with talent, and the matchups are intense. Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards, and the bout has been ruled a majority draw. Therefore, it comes down to a tiebreaker. Each judge has chosen a fighter to advance based on their overall performance, and all 3 judges have picked the same fighter. Advancing to the semifinals, Ray Cooper III!
And the 9th Island cheers.
Mandalay Bay reacts, 200 plus strong in attendance here for Ray Cooper. Great display of sportsmanship between these 2 fighters. It was going to be tough for either. We talked about this in the fighter meetings. Both of these guys, they get along very well. They consider themselves friends.
Sadibou said when he saw Ray Cooper Jr., Ray III's dad, it was an emotional moment for him because he knew one of them was walking out of here disappointed tonight.
So Ray Cooper III out of Pearl City, Hawaii, he advances to the semifinals. He will face the winner of Magomed Karimov and Chris the Action Man Curtis. That bout coming up later on ESPN2. Caroline Pierce is inside the cage with our winner.
Thanks, Sean. Ray, huge congratulations. You've made it into the semifinals. I know there's a lot of respect between yourself and Sadibou. Happy with that performance?
Yeah. I wish I could have done more standing, but he's a tough guy. He hit hard. His kicks is hard, but thank you, and thank you, Jesus. Thank you to my family coming home. I love you guys.
Well, 200 strong fans of yours in the house tonight. It looked like catching the kicks and the takedowns was the strategy. You even walked to the cage and you didn't run. It was a composed Ray Cooper. Was that the plan?
Yeah, I was trying to pick my punches more. Obviously, from my last fight, I got caught. He caught me again, but I was able to eat him. And yeah, I'm coming in for a scrap. And yeah, the next fight, you guys better be ready. I'm warmed up now, so we're gonna scrap whoever it is. I'm coming for you.
Well, this next quarterfinal that you might be faced against Magomed Karimov or Chris Curtis, we know how much you want that rematch with Magamillion. What would that mean to you to get Maga?
That would mean a lot, but the fight is not over yet. We still got to fight, and I'm ready for anybody. Whoever wants to go, I'm gonna smash you.
Well, rest up. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Ray Cooper III. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. PFL action continues on ESPN2 later tonight. It'll be Magamillion, John Howard, Sarah Kaufman, the 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist, Kayla Harrison. That starts at 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. So when we're done on ESPN Plus, make sure you follow us over there. But coming up next, it's more quarterfinal action in the welterweight division. Portugal's Andre Fialho, 7 career knockouts, comes in as the number 8 seed. Just 25 years old and hoping to make a playoff run here. But he faces the number 1 seed, Glaico França, the Brazilian zombie. New to the PFL this year, and he stopped both of his... The 28-year-old is now looking to create more fireworks tonight when we come back.
I'm ready. I can stand up with him. I can go wrestle with him. I can go to the ground with him. And the guys are gonna see a war because I know he's a tough fighter, but I'm here to stay and I will go get that belt step by step, go to that playoffs, win 2 times at the same night and go to the finals and get that belt.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards beside the PFL Smart Cage in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada at Mandalay Bay. Playoff action underway here in 2019. And we have our first advancing welterweight. Ray Cooper III victorious over Sada Boussi, a majority draw. The judges ruled the 2 rounds overall and said Ray Cooper III advances. So he will take on the winner of that 2 versus 7 matchup between last year's champion Magomed Karimov and Chris the Action Man Curtis. That's later on ESPN2. But right now, a 1 versus 8 matchup. Glyco França, the Brazilian Zombie, and Andre Fialho, the number 8. And Fialho, Eve, is the most intriguing guy in this welterweight division because we know so little about him.
We know little about him because he only had the 1 fight with Chris Curtis. He got a walkover in the 2nd fight. But what we do know about him is he's got good striking. He's tough. He trains with a good team. He's down there with H3 and Henry Hoof, Kamaru Usman, Michael Chandler, Robbie Lawler. He's a dangerous guy. So, you know, I mean, I'm looking forward to this fight. He's an 8 seed that could take out a number 1 seed.
And I tell you what, his first loss in PFL action against Chris the Action Man Curtis, he took that fight on a week's notice. He fancies himself a fighter who's always ready, but there is truly a difference when you have a camp and when you don't.
Absolutely. Says at a full camp here, it feels very, very sharp. He's stayed active since the walkover. He didn't take much time off, so he's had a lot of time to prepare for tonight and this matchup with Glyco França.
And Glyco França, maybe the biggest surprise on our PFL roster. He came in relatively unheralded, certainly experienced, and a prospect from Brazil. But we didn't know that he was going to get 2 finishes in his regular season fights and secure that number 1 seed. Here's our tail of the tape. 5-inch reach advantage for Glyco França. Will the Brazilian Zombie want to stand and trade, though, with the self-proclaimed boxer Andre Fialho? We'll find out now in more welterweight playoff action. Lillian Garcia gets it going inside the PFL Smart Cage.
We continue the quarterfinals in the welterweight division, brought to you by Presidente. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striker, standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 169 pounds in 12 professional bouts. He has a record of 10 victories and 2 defeats. Here is the number 8 seed, fighting out of Cascais, Portugal, Andre Fialho. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a grappler, also standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, this veteran has a record of 21 victories and 5 defeats. Fighting out of Balneario Camboriú, Brazil, he is the number 1 seed, Glyco the Brazilian Zombie, França. Your referee in charge, Chris Tione.
1 versus 8 in welterweight playoff action. Glyco França, 2 finishes in his 2 PFL regular season bouts. For Andre Fialho, it was a loss to Chris Curtis on short notice and then a walkover win when Zain Kamaka did not make weight. He was not allowed to fight. He wanted to take that fight. No touch of the gloves, and we get right to work here. Fialho in the silver, Glyco França in the blue and red trunks.
And this is what we expect to see out of Glyco França. Come forward, put some pressure, because he's going to look to use his striking to set up the takedown.
On a lateral motion by Fialho, that's going to make it harder for França to get a beat on him and take him down.
Fialho steps in to test out a jab, answered by Glyco França. Nice uppercut on the slip there from Andre Fialho. Little half step, moves his head, and answers with an uppercut with his right hand.
And I believe that if Fialho can counter a lot of França's striking, he's going to take away this forward pressure and get França moving backwards and take away a lot of that takedown threat.
Inside leg kick there from Glyco França. Fialho circles around the outside of the cage, attempts a hook there, blocked by Glyco França. Another jab from Fialho. That's a stiff jab, Eve, right on the beard. França lands a jab and then shoots a takedown.
This is what I expect from Fialho. Defending the takedown and powerful shots to punish Fialho on the inside.
Making him pay for this takedown attempt, Randy.
Absolutely. França in deep. But he's, again, that forward pressure. You got to be able to get a hold of something, put it in reverse, make him move, make him adjust his balance. That's what's hard to deal with in this situation.
And you see Paulo Fialho addressing the left hand, but Glyco França able to pull both legs out, and now will look to move and secure position here after completing the takedown. Fialho floating on his left hand and his right foot now, refusing to concede the full takedown.
Not accepting it either. I wouldn't want to be under that guy.
We've seen França with smothering top pressure. He's got a good, well-rounded game, but I think he still relies mostly on his jiu-jitsu, and that might be his biggest advantage in this fight. Now Fialho settles into his guard here. França pressing him up against the cage.
I agree. I believe França has the jiu-jitsu advantage against virtually everybody in the welterweight division.
França has 9 submissions in his career.
Little warning from the referee there. Fialho fingers snaking through the cage. Great job here by Glyco França to press his hips in and make sure that Fialho can't get his feet on the ground.
I'd like to see him clear his head and get his head up and his hips in. Then he'd be able to pick his shots and find those holes to land more damaging punches. That lay and pray with your head down is pretty tough to do much damage. You can control him and hold him there, but tough to hurt him there.
2 minutes left in the first round of this quarterfinal bout, and a stand-up from the referee. You see Magomed Karimov, last season's welterweight champ, warming up. We'll see him on ESPN2.
I don't like that stand-up.
It felt like, oh, nice right hand there. This is a healthy exchange from these two welterweights.
França really earned that takedown. He was doing work. It wasn't really a lot of damage, but he was controlling position, trying to advance.
Oh, big uppercut by Fialho.
Fialho is doing work with those uppercuts, Eve.
He is, and this is where he finds his opportunity. He knows that he has a strong takedown defense, but he failed in the first opportunity that he had to stop França. Now, this is where he feels stronger, so he has to open up now because he does not want to let França get back to that position.
2 right hands in a row land there for Glyco França. Remember, França with the reach advantage, pretty significant here. And he's long with his jab and with his right hand. There's another uppercut attempted by Fialho.
Big overhand right by Fialho.
Fialho is the better striker. He's got to open up a little bit, though. Start to go downstairs a bit, get those hands to come down. He's getting through, but França is covering up a lot.
Nice kick there from Glyco França. And now he enters for another takedown attempt. The hammer fist to respond from Andre Fialho.
Captures the other foot, pulls it out. Fialho does a good job of trying to scramble and use that cage to stay up.
One hook in here for Glyco França on top of Andre Fialho again. Asking the referee
to take Fialho's hand out of his glove.
To address the glove grab there. Glyco França needs to get to work with 10 seconds remaining here in the round.
Rule is you can grab the hand, but you can't stick your fingers inside the glove.
Glyco França finishes round 1 on top. We'll be back for round 2. Round 1 in the books of this second quarterfinal bout, and Eve, the uppercuts, Fialho threw about 6 of them, and maybe 4 landed.
Yeah, and he threw him with some ill intent. There's a nice lead uppercut landing, and he's making França miss on the outside. He's making França miss and countering, but França gets through with that right hand, and that was the one that kind of pushed Fialho back. Fialho was coming forward, though, and really opening up with these strikes. He's going to have to do that in the second round. I think he lost the first one.
Nice right hand there, landed above the ear of Gleico França.
I think he heard me.
Oh, nice try to sprawl. Fialho does a nice job of sprawling and scrambling.
On all
stay out of the takedown.
Doggedly pursuing the takedown is Gleico França on all fours.
Big jumping knee by Fialho.
Just blocked there, and the right hand sneaks through. Another
overhand right. He hurts França.
The #1 seed is rocked. Gleico França on Silly Street here. Fialho pressing.
Fialho can't get reckless. He's got to pick his shots.
Exactly. Can't get greedy either. He needs to transfer some of those punches to the body.
Oh! Another uppercut. The uppercut paying dividends again in round #2.
He's got him looking like a Pez dispenser with that.
França shoots another takedown here.
Big sprawl by Fialho.
Can't let himself get pushed back to the fence like that.
Gleico França.
Oh, there's the takedown by França.
Huge takedown here. When you're in trouble and you can secure a takedown, this potentially gives Gleico França a little bit of time to recover on top.
And this is France's strong position. He's going to give him a lot of time to recover on top.
3 minutes and 45 seconds. If Fialho can't find a way back up to his feet, he just gave away this round.
And right to the half guard, Gleico França.
And França should open up right now because, like in mixed martial arts, revenge is a dish best served from the top.
Inside of França's corner here.
Stay active, stay active, stay active.
Gives you an idea how evenly matched up this weight class is. This is 1 and 8. There's no way this is, I mean, this is a great match.
Stay active.
We saw Gleico França finish his second regular season fight with ground and pound, some of it from the guard. And here he steps over to pass the half guard, progressing huge to avoid a stand-up, obviously. Fialho's got that underhook, Eve.
Yeah, he's got that underhook, but it's not doing him well. It's not doing him any good right now. He's got to punch that underhook up to the other side.
Gleico França looks to stuff the arm there for a shoulder choke. Big shoulder pressure here with his left arm. John Doomsday Howard watching with interest. Potentially matching up with either of these men if he can get past his first bout against David Michaud. 2 minutes left here in round #2, the second and final of the welterweight quarterfinal. Hammer fist from the top there for Gleico França. The Astra Fight Team corner, Randy, telling França to stay active on top. They do not want to stand up.
Absolutely, especially after as badly as he was hurt. He needs to stay in this position for the rest of this round.
And he's going to be able to because we see Fialho going to a closed guard. It's impossible to stand up with your feet in the air.
Absolutely true.
Going to that closed guard, it's kind of accepting the bottom.
Almost can't even submit a guy with the closed guard. You gotta, I mean, Kimura is about all you have without opening your feet and creating something.
Strikes from the bottom now for Andre Fialho. That's often a sign that you are conceding the top position to the other man and just trying to desperately make something happen from your back.
Got to put those feet on France's hips, create space, create a scramble, and then hopefully be able to get some elevation and get back to his feet.
Well, we talked about fatigue potentially being a factor in the first fight of the night with those wrestling exchanges. This is a grueling pace on top for Gleico França, and you can see the mouth wide open of Andre Fialho, Randy. He is desperate for oxygen.
Absolutely.
1 minute remains here in round 2.
França creates a scramble. He's going to get away. There he is. Fialho's up now. Now how hurt is França?
Was that enough time for him to recover? There's another uppercut attempt from Gleico França. 45 seconds left and a kick from Gleico, the Brazilian zombie.
And one of these men has to fight again tonight.
You're seeing a little bit of the fatigue wobble from França, and Fialho steadily pressuring forward, trying to find a way to land those hands.
30 seconds remain here in this quarterfinal bout. Can Fialho stuff the takedown and get a finish? Glyco França presses him against the cage. Back to work, and down goes Fialho. França securing another takedown here. 10 seconds remain in this bout.
Guillotine. No, he lets it go.
Glyco França, the takedowns again after being hurt in round number 2. Yves, how huge was that takedown when he was wobbling on Silly Street?
That takedown saved him. That takedown allowed him to recover, get himself back in the fight, and get himself in position to hold on and not get put out.
We'll see what the judges think of this bout when we return on ESPN+.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By SeatGeek, score the best deal on tickets. And by Rich Energy, live rich.
Welcome back, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Yves Edwards, cage side, and those are our Cageonomics numbers. The 4 takedowns may prove to be the difference in this fight for the #1 seed, Glyco França. But the advantage in the punches landed was for Andre Fialho, and he had França in serious trouble there in round number 2.
He did, and when he had him in trouble, he was not able to finish. França was smart, stayed on the outside, and when he found his opportunity, he shot that shot and was able to get Fialho back to the ground.
That second and third effort is what paid off for França. He chased him across the cage a couple of times and was not willing to let go of that leg or foot.
There's a right hand. That was one of the punches that put Glyco França in trouble.
And this is where França's covering up. He's trying to protect himself, but he still has his wits about him. So what does he do? Stay on the outside. He doesn't want to take a risky, a desperate shot, but eventually he shot into a good takedown, backed Fialho up against the fence, got to his legs, pulled those hips out from under him, and stayed on top from this position. Did damage, had some good control, and he may be the man moving on if the judges see this the way I did.
To your point, Randy Couture, that is the 1 seed, a guy who got 2 finishes in his regular season bouts, versus the 8 seed, a guy we knew very little about because he had a short notice loss and then a walkover victory. 1 versus 8 and a very, very close bout. That's how deep this welterweight division is.
A lot of times you think that's, I'm the 1 seed, I'm gonna get the weakest guy in the bracket. That's not how that looked to me.
How did the judges see this one? Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 2018, 2018, and 1919 for your winner by majority decision and advancing to the semifinals in the welterweight division, Glyco França!
It is Halloween coming up.
The Brazilian zombie. The #1 seed moves on. He will face the winner of John Howard and David Michaud. That zombie walk, a little Michael Jackson Thriller going on inside the cage. There's a look at our welterweight playoff brackets as they stand now on ESPN+. Glyco França, 1 moves on. Ray Cooper III, the 6th seed, advances past Sadibou C. Who will they fight? Still to be determined. And that is the beauty of these playoffs. Now let's take a look at our Presidente KO of the night. Nikolai Alexakhin in a showcase bout. He'll be part of the welterweight roster next year, Yves. That hand speed, I'm excited to watch it on display.
Yeah, and I wonder which one of these 8 welterweights he's going to be able to take out of the playoffs, because he's got some hand speed, he's got some power, and look, he's got that fighting IQ. that's unmatched. I mean, he lands a big knee and immediately just pours the fury on. He's not going to give him a chance, give Ronson a chance to get out of that one.
Showed a lot of tools, knees, kicks, great punching combinations, good wrestling, and takedown defense. He has a total package. He's going to be fun to watch.
A first-round TKO in his PFL debut, successful in his first fight on American soil. Now let's take a look at our real-time pain relief fastest strike of the night. We praised Alex Zachin's hand speed, but it was not Nikolai Alexakhin with the fastest strike of the night. That came from Ray Cooper III, 25.2 miles an hour. Enough to drop Sadabusi, but not finish him, Randy.
Sadabu did a nice job of getting out of this situation. Cooper tenaciously stayed where he needed to stay, which was very close to Sadabusi to eke out the decision in the majority draw.
Thank you everyone for watching on ESPN+. PFL playoff action continues 10 Eastern on ESPN2 with two-time Olympic gold medalist Kayla Harrison and 2018 welterweight champion Magomed. Join Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, Caroline Pierce, and me, Sean O'Connell, for continuing playoff coverage live from Mandalay Bay on ESPN2 at 10 Eastern. Come back with us. It is with great sadness that the PFL family recognizes the passing of Dean Peer. He was our technical director, a job he did with passion and precision. We wish his wife Amanda and his 5 children Godspeed. Dino, you will be missed by so many. This PFL season is dedicated to you. at Madison Square Garden. We'll also know which two women's lightweights will be there. I cannot wait for the action featuring Kayla Harrison, two-time Olympic gold medalist in judo, and the #1 seed in our women's playoff bracket, the Canadian veteran Sarah Kaufman. Unique to the PFL format is regular season playoffs and a championship. Playoffs tonight, and I'm alongside Randy Couture and Eve Edwards. We already have plenty of action to talk about and more action to come at welterweight and at women's lightweight. Sada Boussi, Ray Cooper III, Eve. Ray Cooper sneaks by, majority draw, but the judges decided that Ray had won the body of work and they sent him on to the semifinal.
Yeah, and I agree with the decision. Ray was able to control the position, control where the fight happened. Sada landed some shots, but it was not enough.
And our #1 seed, Gleico França, the Brazilian zombie. A tough test for him with Andre Fialho, but he got past him.
He absolutely got past him. Tenacious second, third, fourth attempts to put this fight on the ground, take the striker out of his strength. It was a tough night for him, though.
So those two move on to the men's welterweight semifinals. The women's lightweight semifinals are already set. It'll be Sarah Kaufman and Larissa Pacheco, 1 versus 4, and Kayla Harrison, the Olympic gold medalist, versus Bobby Joe DL, a last-minute replacement. Jenna Fabian, due to medical issues, had to withdraw from this fight. Bobby Joe DL steps in. It's another 6-foot-tall southpaw striker for Kayla Harrison as she looks for a spot in the championship on New Year's Eve.
Thanks, Sean. Well, Bobby Joe DL did weigh in. She's prepared. She's coming off the first loss of her career, but she said it's the best thing that could have happened to her. It's focused her. It's made her mentally more prepared. She took just 1 week off, and then she's been preparing, not knowing if she'd fight or not, for Kayla Harrison and Kayla only. Speaking to Kayla, she said it's just a different name. She said both women are 6 feet tall. Both of them are southpaw strikers, carbon copies of one another. Her game plan remains the same. But she did say she had an aha moment during training. She's been so focused on using her new MMA skills that she hasn't been using as much the one thing she's the very best woman in the world at, and that's judo. So expect more judo and a very dangerous Kayla Harrison in there tonight. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. That's coming up later on ESPN2. First, welterweight action. Here's our welterweight action, our playoff bracket as it sits now. Gleico França, as we mentioned, the #1 seed, has advanced to the semifinal. He'll face the winner of Howard and Michaud. Ray Cooper III, the #6 seed, advanced past Sada Boussi, and he'll take on Magamillion or Chris the Action Man Curtis. How did he get it done, Eve?
Well, Ray Cooper was able to get to the inside and finish these takedowns. Sada Boussi defended very well and landed some shots on the outside right here. Ray lands a nice combination. Sada Boussi hurt, tries to pull guard. Ray stays on the outside. Sada Boussi able to recover there, but Ray gets up, dominates the second round with a couple of takedowns. Lands a big shot here. It's right here. Sada Boussi lands a nice shot on Ray coming in, but Ray is able to catch one of these knees. But the third one, Ray's able to catch. And Sada Boussi running away from Ray, but he's able to get to those legs, and right here is where he really sealed the deal. He stayed on top, he finished this takedown here, and was on top of Sada Boussi for the entirety of the rest of this fight. And the fight ended in a draw, but the judges have to choose a winner when that's the case, and Ray put in the better body of work in totality.
Pride rules. You judge the overall winner if it finishes in a draw, and Ray Cooper III advances. We have a potential rematch coming with Magamillion and Ray Cooper, but this one definitively is a rematch from the regular season. A fight Magomed Karimov took by decision despite breaking his hand in the first round. It was a heated back and forth fight, and it set the stage for what is sure to be an intense playoff matchup tonight.
Right here, Magamillion is able to control Chris Curtis. He's just doing everything that he needs to do in these positions. Chris Curtis is frustrated. He wants Magamillion to fight him. Stand up and fight him. Let's throw down. That's what he's saying. But Magamillion is a smart fighter. He's very competent in all the aspects of mixed martial arts, and he takes some shots here. He knows that Chris Curtis is a slightly better striker, so what does he do? He wants to tie him up. He wants to get him to the ground. He wants to control. When he's able to control these positions and take Chris Curtis's back, he's holding these positions positions. Curtis is trying to convince him to let him out right here, and Magomedov's like, nah, I'm gonna keep you here until I get this decision. I mean, what more do you expect from a guy with a fight IQ like that?
Randy, beating a guy like Chris the Action Man Curtis one-handed, that's quite a feat, but we didn't expect anything less from last year's welterweight champion.
No, absolutely not. I think the key is what we saw Curtis start to do in the third period in that fight in the regular season, which was talk and bully. And he gave away 2 rounds, and he realized in the third, this guy maybe isn't as big and bad as everybody said he was, and I gave him some stuff. Now he's put on the full bully mode. All through weigh-ins, everything. He's talking, he's being in his face, and I expect to see that when he steps in this cage here tonight.
The third round of their regular season bout was far more back and forth than the first 2. Has Chris the Action Man Curtis figured out the formula and how to pull Magomed Karimov out of his game plan? We're gonna find out with a playoff bout and a spot in the semifinals on the line.
This is a fight that I'm very excited about. All these welterweight fights are great. But if Chris Curtis has figured out where Magomedov is weak, that's where Curtis is going to have to press. Should be no feeling out process. These 2 guys faced each other the last time they were both in the cage, so the feeling out process is done. Let's see what Curtis does if he starts quick, because he's known to be a slow starter.
The loss to Magomed Karimov, and you can see right there, it broke an 8-fight win streak for Chris the Action Man Curtis. He did not take that lightly. A lot of momentum for him coming into PFL action, and he wants to continue it throughout these playoffs. The Action Man wants this fight bad.
He does want this fight.
Don't go anywhere. This fight is coming right up. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By SeatGeek, score the best deal on tickets. And by Rich Energy, live rich.
We are back next to the Professional Fighters League Smart Cage. I am Sean O'Connell, joined by Randy Couture and Eve Edwards. Our Cageonomics numbers right here. Pay attention, we'll be tracking strike speed, total strikes with the arms, with the legs, with the takedown, and the Cricket Wireless Fight Tracker will tell you where this fight is happening percentage-wise against the cage in the open, as these fighters put together strategies for a semifinal appearance, and beyond that, potentially $1 million fight on New Year's Eve. That's Magomed Karimov, Randy, Season 1 welterweight champion. He came in relatively unheralded. He's on a 10-fight win streak. He's undefeated in PFL action, and he has designs on a repeat.
He does an amazing job of controlling distance. He's very composed, doesn't get flustered. He really does a really good job using his striking. He's got long levers. He's got some amazing submissions. He's shown us some great guillotine skills, and he's a very well-rounded fighter.
So how do the Action Man and Magomedov stack up? We'll take a look at our tail of the tape. 5-inch leg reach advantage for Magomed Karimov. Slight arm reach advantage for the Action Man, Chris Curtis. Maga 3 inches taller, and you talked about those long levers. The leverage he's able to create, especially in that guillotine. He thinks his guillotine might be one of the best in all of MMA.
He does a dang good job. He doesn't look like he has anything, and all of a sudden he cinches it up, and you have nothing to do but tap. I mean, he's tough.
Welterweight playoff action continues here in Las Vegas with Lillian Garcia.
We are live from Las Vegas, Nevada on ESPN2. We continue the action in the welterweight division with the quarterfinals, brought to you by Real Time Real Relief. Real time it, knock out your pain. All right, fight fans, get fired up, cause it's about to get real. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. His background is in boxing, standing at 5'10" and weighing in at 171 pounds. In 27 professional bouts, he has an impressive record of 21 victories and 6 defeats. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Cincinnati, Ohio, here is the number 7 seed, Chris the Action Man Curtis. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a wrestler, standing at 6'1", weighing in officially at 170 pounds. In 30 professional bouts, he has an outstanding record of 25 victories and 5 defeats. He is the number 2 seed and last season's PFL Welterweight $1 Million champion. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, here is Magomed Karamov. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson, the third man inside the cage here for more welterweight playoff action. Hey, there's a guy who knows a little something about high-stakes fights. Mike Tyson, former undisputed heavyweight champion. He was actually hanging out with Chris the Action Man Curtis a week ago.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight!
Touch of the gloves here. Chris the Action Man Curtis in the gray trunks. Magomed, the 2018 champ, slipping in the blue.
Chris Curtis in the southpaw stance.
Maga tries to snap Curtis's head down there. Now grabs a single leg. Elevates and drops Chris Curtis to his back. Big high volume takedown there.
Nice transition by Magomed from the head outside single, dumps him and follows through very, very nicely.
It goes all the way around the world there, north-south, back to the full guard as Chris Curtis tried to create a scramble. Hard to get ahead of Magomed Karamov in a scramble.
He's just so smart. His fight IQ is up there at the genius level. I mean, he makes the right moves at virtually every turn.
There's Ray Cooper recovering in the back, getting ready for his semifinal match, and he will face the winner of this match.
He's had designs on a rematch with Magomed since the finals last year. Will we get it in the semifinal tonight? Maga on top, doing work right now. Chris the Action Man Curtis creates a little space. And here's that guillotine set up.
Now, I believe Chris needs to clear that right hand off of that single and go 2-on-1. You've got to fight that guillotine because Maga has one of the most dangerous guillotines in the game.
And now he's got Magomed on his back.
Tell you what, I'm seeing a lot more motivated Magomed Karamov in this fight. I think maybe a little of that talk that Chris Curtis has been doing has got in and motivated him, put a little gas on the fire, if you will.
Left hand's coming down from the top here. Chris Curtis crawling towards the cage. Potentially use the barrier as a way to elevate and get back to his feet.
Split your legs. Bring that leg through, Curtis. Bring that leg through.
Magomed drags him back away from the cage. Getting a little high there in his posture.
Both hooks in by Magomed.
Watch the hooks. Watch the hooks.
Securing that back position with those anchors. Both hooks in now. This is not a good place for Chris Curtis. We saw him here in the first time they fought. He was able to defend himself. He started talking from this position.
You've been watching the highlights. You know that Chris Curtis is apt to have a little bit of a conversation here. But he's got Magomed Karamov, a Dagestani backpack. Does not sound like it'd be fun to wear.
Push up on the elbow if you need to.
Wrenching on the neck is Maga, trying to get that elbow and forearm underneath the chin. Goes back to some hand control here.
Really good job in following Chris Curtis, especially with that fence right on his back.
2 minutes left here in round number 1 of a welterweight quarterfinal. If you're just tuning in on ESPN2, quarterfinals are 2-round bouts.
And what Curtis needs to do right here is Curtis needs to fight and get his elbows inside. Seal off and not let Maga have any of those hooks. Not let him have any of the underhooks from the back control, because then Chris is going to have a much better opportunity in turning and getting his back to the mat or escaping this position.
There's John Howard, our number 4 seed, very interested watching this fight. A potential championship matchup. He'll be fighting next against David the Bulldog Michaud. Chris Curtis, 90 seconds remaining to try and solve this puzzle on his back. The winner of this bout will have to fight again tonight against Ray Cooper III in a semifinal matchup to determine who fights for the championship on New Year's Eve at Madison Square Garden.
Nice scramble by Chris Curtis to get out of trouble. Nice job of countering and floating on the top, but staying on top was Magomed Kiramov.
Up and down, Mago goes again, and Chris Curtis on all fours with 1 minute remaining here in round number 1.
Curtis, he should try to use the fence as a wedge and just try to pry Magomed off his back, but he's got to get that left underhook out to do so. Got to take away that left underhook from Magomed right now.
There we go, that's it. Try to work the right arm in.
He's back to his feet as Chris Curtis can be turned to face Maga with 40 seconds left.
Nice trip. Curtis looks for a Granby, but Maga follows and blocks. That's not easy to do.
Very technical wrestling shown by Magomed Kiramov.
You saw him on the drag back. He blocked the foot of Chris Curtis with his right foot and dragged him back down to the mat.
And Curtis did a great job right there. He tried to turn that into a Granby, but Maga just followed and then blocked the Granby.
10 seconds remaining here in round number 1. Magamillion, smothering wrestling performance. Can Chris Curtis solve the puzzle in round 2? Chris, the Action Man Curtis, and Magomed Kiramov, a rematch from a regular season bout. This one with semifinal spot on the line. Maga all over Chris Curtis there in round number 1, Randy.
Absolutely, showed some brilliant wrestling. Level changes, takedown, second efforts, floating over the top, anchoring himself on the back.
And in this quarterfinal bout, Yves, Chris Curtis now has 1 round to get a finish potentially, or a dominant round here and move on to the semifinals. He's running out of time.
He's running out of time. He's going to have to stick Magomed from the outside. He's got to use that boxing pedigree that he has. He has a great boxing pedigree.
Levels in, let's go. You can get it. You got to make contact. Go.
Caroline Pierce is not so far from our PFL Smart Cage with a special guest.
Thanks, Sean. Yes, I'm here with the great Mike Tyson. You met with Chris Curtis. You're watching him fight now. What's he got to do? He's not getting a chance to box much.
Hey, listen, exactly. This guy's put a lot of pressure on him, and from the first round, and I think he lost that round, and now we're going to have to see what he's going to do in this round. Oh, and he's got connected with in this round. It's not looking good.
Okay.
Anything can happen in a fight.
Absolutely. Enjoy the fights, Mike. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Mike. And indeed, Magomed Kiramov put a nice 2-piece together, and back to dancing he goes. Remember, he broke his hand in the first fight, and it's been roughly 3 months since that happened. But is his hand back to 100% health? We don't know.
Said he took a month off, and then he said he's had a good solid month of training camp, and his hand feels 100% when we talked to him yesterday.
3 minutes, 30 seconds here in the second and final round of this quarterfinal bout. Chris Curtis pulls away from the fence. Mago tests a high kick here. There's Ray Cooper III. He will face the winner of this bout. And interestingly enough, Magomed Kiramov said he didn't think Ray Cooper was going to advance past Sada Busi. He was not anticipating that rematch. Well, if he beats Chris Curtis, that's what awaits him in about an hour.
Nice body shots by Magomed Kirimov. He's going low and hitting Chris Curtis right in the gut.
Eve, we talked with Chris Curtis, and he kept lamenting how hesitant he was in the first fight. He does not appear to be pressing the action here. He's not letting his hands go. Is he being too hesitant again?
I think he is being a bit too hesitant right now. He's got to flash that jab. You don't necessarily want to lead with the jab against an orthodox fighter as a southpaw, but flash the jab just to keep Magomed busy and drop that left hand on him every opportunity he gets. Change levels, throw it to the body, throw it straight, and follow it with something.
The jab lands there from Maga. Inside leg kick from Curtis.
Again, Maga doing a great job of controlling distance and being disruptive. Every time Curtis wheels into range to throw something, Maga hits him first.
Do it. Inside Chris Curtis's corner.
Let's go. Follow up with the hook after the 2, please. 1-4-3 to the body. Cut the corner and finish it.
Nice, Kurt. You're winning this round. You're winning, Kurt.
2 minutes, Kurt. Forward. You go forward.
We need you to dominate this round.
1-4.
Again.
Hell yeah, double. 1-4-3 to the body. Cut the corner and let's go. Do it. Curtis, believe in those hands, buddy. Let's go.
Interesting there. Sean Strickland in the corner is saying you're winning this round, Chris Curtis.
I mean, it's not dominant, but I understand why he could say that. I don't necessarily agree, but he's calling for Chris to throw the 1-4-3. That's a jab, uppercut, hook. And throwing that uppercut as a southpaw facing an orthodox fighter, sometimes you can leave yourself open to that straight right of the orthodox fighter.
It was a wrestling clinic in round number 1 from Magomed Kirimov. Here it's been striking all the way. 1 minute remaining in round number 2 of a welterweight quarterfinal bout.
Follow your overhook. Curtis, get your hips off the fence now.
Kurt, you do not hit that mat, Kurt. You do not hit that mat.
1 minute.
He's got...
Magomed with the head inside, high single, catching those hips, creating that swing, pulling Curtis off the fence and trying to dump him. Curtis doing a nice job of keeping his balance.
What we're seeing here is fight strategy. Magomed Kirimov thinks that he's ahead in the round, but a takedown would probably secure it. So in the closing minute here, that's what he's fighting for. But Chris Curtis is able to negate the takedown attempt. 20 seconds left to make something happen. Maga goes back to a shot.
Curtis has got to open up with his offense if he wants even a chance for the judges to give him the nod in this one.
10 seconds left. Flying knee misses. Swinging for the fences, but nothing connects. Chris Curtis has run out of time. Magomed Kirimov versus Chris Curtis. And you see Maga maybe showing some fatigue there.
Definitely showed some fatigue.
A workmanlike performance. Was it enough for last year's champion to move on to the semifinals and a rematch with Ray Cooper? We'll find out next on ESPN2.
No matter where you are, the official app of the Professional Fighters League has got you covered. Download the PFL Live app for exclusive access to highlights, results, schedules, and standings. Get news on all your favorite fighters competing during the regular season, playoffs, and championship. Hang out with your favorite friends in the cage to play games, earn points, and climb the leaderboard for a chance to win PFL event tickets, fan gear, autographed memorabilia, and all-access fan experiences. Available now on Apple and Android devices.
Welcome back. A reminder, 2019 PFL playoffs continue Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central on ESPN2. Live from right here at Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Featuring two of last season's champions, Featherweight King Lance Palmer and Natan Schultz. Here's our Cageonomics numbers from this welterweight quarterfinal. 51 strikes landed for Magamillion. And just like our earlier two welterweight quarterfinals, the takedowns, the disparity there could prove to be the difference.
Absolutely. Anytime you control where the fight happens, I think you get the nod a lot of times from the judges.
Lillian Garcia has our decision inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 2017, 2018, and 2018. All for your winner by unanimous decision and advancing to the semifinals in the welterweight division, Magomed Karamov.
So in the semifinals tonight, a rematch of last year's final. The next round, Magomed Karamov and Ray Cooper III will square off. That's coming up on ESPN2. 2 versus 6, that's what that matchup looks like. Maga versus Ray Cooper III. We will wait and see who Glyco França will face in his semifinal bout tonight. Caroline Pierce has our winner inside the cage.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with Magamillion. It's actually going to be a championship rematch with Ray Cooper III. You told us you thought it'd be Sadabusi you might be facing if you made it through to this semifinals, but it's Cooper. How does that look the second time?
Поздравляем с победой. Вы будете теперь драться с Купером. Возможно, вы думали, что Си будет вашим противником, а это будет третий ваш уже файт с ним. Как вы думаете, как вы себя чувствуете по этому поводу?
Добрый вечер, Лас-Вегас. Спасибо за поздравления. У нас первый бой в финале за пояс PFL. Сейчас у нас в 2-м сезоне реванш. Мы покажем красивый бой.
Hello, Vegas. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for congratulations. And I'm ready. Yeah, bring it on. It's going to be an excellent rematch.
We look forward to it. See you in the semifinal. Rest up. Magomed Karamov. Back to you, Sean.
Looking forward to that big rematch. And I don't know if anyone noticed, but Chris the Action Man Curtis just removed his gloves and laid them on the PFL cage floor. That is often a sign of retirement for mixed martial arts fighters. We continue with more welterweight action. There's David the Bulldog Michaud warming up in the locker room. He was in a winner-go-home scenario in his last fight. He lost to Sadabusi in his first regular season bout. So the last time out, it was win or go home. He got the job done. And there's his opponent, the veteran John Doomsday Howard, entering the playoffs, also riding some major momentum. But that's David Michaud against Henderson Ferreira. He was pressed against the cage here. David Michaud in a little bit of trouble. And Randy, it was this on the exit.
Big right hand coming up off the ground and catches Henderson Ferreira right on the chin, puts him on his back, gets him the face-up crucifix, and the ref has seen enough.
David Michaud successful. There's his opponent, the veteran John Howard. Doomsday enters the playoffs with major momentum. His last regular season fight, he became the first fighter to knock out Ray Cooper III and secure a playoff spot.
The one thing I remember most of Ray Cooper is the warning. I'll put my hands up like this. It was an instant small conversation me and Ray life. And I looked at him and I said, "You about that life?" And he looked at me and said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, you want to fight like hawks."
No touch of the gloves and immediately to get to it.
Look at Ray Cooper, he's a hawk. he's a beast. He hits hard. That dude breaks faces like me.
Big left hooks. These are heavy shots.
He came in raised and hawking on with so much power, but when he got hit back, he got touched. He didn't realize, oh, stop, I'm not the only hawk. So I hit him with the same power he throws, and he responded, and it dropped him.
Cooper's in big trouble.
When it dropped him, I was like, oh, in my head, I'm thinking, oh, you've never been hit by someone like you before.
Howard should make space. Stay on the outside. Another left hook.
Cooper is down, and John Howard with a huge knockout victory.
So I get to teach him in a weird way, like, listen, no, you can't swing with heavy hitters, dude.
Cooper doesn't know where he's at yet.
You could maybe be faster than them, but if they hit you back, they hurt.
John Howard with a statement victory. Oh my goodness.
That's what happened. I think he understands, like, listen, even like someone older, they still have that power.
He knew it was win or go home, and he comes through in a big way.
Ray, thank you, because you reminded me that I'm that dude, that I am John Doomsday Howard. You're the guy who pushed Doomsday out. Did you see my eyes twitching that fight when I did this? Yeah, you pulled Doomsday out. Okay, so he came out, but when he came out, now he's out, and I can't put him back in. That being said, I feel sorry for the rest of the division, because you ain't fighting me now, Doomsday.
John Howard's the rear naked choke. That is it.
I'm taking with a smile. I'm not asking, I'm not pleading. No, you in front of me, I'm taking you out.
Tomorrow on Saturday Night Football, presented by Wells Fargo, number 10 Penn State takes on number 17 Iowa at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central on ABC and the ESPN app. The Nittany Lions have won the last 5 against the Hawkeyes, dating all the way back to 2011. Kirk Ferentz's crew looking to reverse that trend. Let's take a look at our welterweight brackets here. If you thought Glyco France's work was done, you're wrong. Fight twice, win twice for the number 1 seed. That means he'll have the winner of this bout, David Michaud and John Howard, next. And of course, the semifinals already set are 2 versus 6, a rematch from last year's championship final. Magomed Karimov, Ray Cooper III. Fight twice, win twice for a chance at a belt and the $1 million that goes along with it.
And that's in one night.
Same night, 2 different opponents. I did it last year, and I'll tell you, I still wonder how it happened. David Michaud, number 5, winner go home in his last bout, got the job done. John Howard, number 4, winner go home in his last fight, got the job done. This quarterfinal will set the final spot in our semifinal bout. There's your tail of the tape. 5-inch leg reach advantage for John Howard. I don't anticipate, Eve, we're gonna see a lot of kicks in this one.
I don't. Both these guys like to throw punches, and Michaud's a wrestler. Let's just see how this one works out.
Lillian Garcia gets the welterweights going inside the PFL cage.
And now, fight fans, this is the last quarterfinal fight in the welterweight division. It is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in wrestling and boxing. Standing at 5 feet 9, weighing in at 171 pounds. In 21 professional bouts, he has a record of 16 victories and 5 defeats. Here is the number 5 seed, fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona, David Bulldog Michaud. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he specializes in jiu-jitsu, standing at 5 feet 7, weighing in at 171 pounds. This veteran has 44 professional bouts with a record of 28 victories, 15 defeats, and 1 draw. Here is the number 4 seed, fighting out of Boston, Massachusetts, John Doomsday Howard. Your referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, cage side, Mark Smith inside of the cage with David Michaud there in the gray trunks and John Doomsday Howard in the blue. Remember, he was a middleweight last year, eliminated from the playoffs by the eventual champion, right, Lewis Taylor.
First round, ready? John, ready? Fight's on.
No touch of the gloves here. Body shot from David Michaud right to the solar plexus.
John Howard is an enigma, man. I mean, look at his face. He just looks so vicious and malicious. He's such a teddy bear outside the cage.
And just like we thought, they get right to swinging. Close range hooks and exchange. Michaud attempts the flying knee. And now the takedown attempt. Snatches that single and puts Howard on his back.
Nice little head outside single by Michaud. Turns the corner, runs the pipe. Howard doing a nice job going right to the head, threatening the guillotine.
And now Michaud steps into side control. Ground and pound from the Bulldog, David Michaud. Attempts the knee on the stand-up here. John Doomsday Howard back to his feet. Can he turn in and face the Bulldog?
All John has to do right now is swim that right arm back, and he'll be able to face Michaud. But he's pummeling his left arm in to try to break the grip.
The Bulldog was a 2-sport athlete in college at South Dakota State. Football and wrestling. We thought he might use his wrestling here.
Proud member of the Lakota tribe in South Dakota. Glyco Franca, watching on, he faces the winner of this bout.
And right now, David Michaud in control, pressing John Howard against the cage, maybe strategizing, wear Doomsday out a little bit, take some of the heat off those punches.
I think that's a wise decision. Make him wrestle with you, make him pummel with you, make him carry your weight for a little while, take a little sting off with some of that heat that he throws.
If you saw the promo there when John Howard was talking about, you don't want to fight John, you don't want to fight Doomsday. Well, the way you get rid of Doomsday is you make John Howard tired.
That's one way to do it. But I mean, he woke Doomsday up. At the end of that first exchange they had, I feel like John Howard landed a big shot. And immediately after that, in the next interaction, we saw Michaud take that shot.
Michaud has attempted that jab to the chest, and there's a right hand that sneaks in. Hook on the exit there. Right hand, nice one from Michaud. Howard goes back to the hooks.
Little dirty boxing by David Michaud. Collar tie and punch. Now he's in traditional clinch.
David Michaud kneeing the legs of John Howard. 2 minutes remaining here in our welterweight quarterfinal. Remember, it's, in the first round of our welterweight
Nice little foot sweep by David Michaud off of that clinch.
Successfully gets John Howard to his back again and into the half guard of Doomsday.
I like the way Michaud is approaching this fight. I mean, he's exchanging with Howard in some instances, but then using that to get to these tie-ups, and he's working his wrestling, getting to top position, doing damage. He's fighting a very smart fight. John Howard is a dangerous guy, but to systematically try to break him down, I mean, this could change the look of this fight next round.
If he starts going the other way, we got that. We got that Khabib if he starts going the other way. One in the wrist,
Michaud staying active on top here, Randy, but are those significant strikes?
Well, they're hitting him in the head, I know that. I'm not sure if they're hurting him that much, but they're definitely hitting him in the head. He likes sitting on that leg in the bottom leg Turk, in the half guard position.
We'll take a look inside David Michaud's corner.
We can just sit on that leg. Hey, we can sit on that leg all day.
1 minute, dog. Now, shots in the back of the head, ref. Hammer fist on eagle.
Good, good. Address it, good.
Nice job of Michaud floating over the top as Howard used his feet to kind of create space and create a scramble. Michaud covered him with those hips and stayed in top position.
And now closing in on 30 seconds left here in round number 1. David Michaud in a dominant control position. No answer so far for John Howard.
No, John Howard is competing right now using his jiu-jitsu skills. He gained his black belt last year.
Oh, there's those big punches that can change a fight quickly if you're John Howard. But back down to the ground they go. And a guillotine attempt here from David Michaud.
And he's very tight.
Squeezing, and now he switches over to the mounted. Nice job there by John Howard to get a butterfly hook and elevate the hips of David Michaud. That was a dangerous exchange at the end of round number 1.
Tight guillotine.
What does round 2 look like? Fight twice, win twice. Welterweight playoff action here in 2019. David Michaud.
Nice overhand right. Returns fire. John Howard does. You could tell Howard might have been a little stunned by that overhand right. There's a little foot sweep. Does a nice job of tripping him, following it up with the far side single. And from here, he does a great job of floating on top and controlling this position. Still doing damage and staying active. Big left hooks, and to feel the wind from those over here.
The beginning of round number 2 here. Remember, for the winner of this fight, there's still more work to be done. It's fight twice, win twice in Professional Fighters League playoffs. If you want to make it to the championship on New Year's Eve, as John Howard closes distance with a couple of punches, You gotta get 2 wins in one night against 2 different opponents.
Again, nice trip. Mashad keeping John Howard off balance with those little tricks.
Nice body shot there again from David Mashad. That jab to the lower chest or the stomach.
John Howard is obviously looking to land some big shots.
Big left hook by David Mashad.
And this is what Mashad has been doing so well. Landing some big punches in these exchanges, but then going straight to the tie-up. Not sitting there and trading with John Howard, who is a big power puncher himself.
The #1 seed Gleico França looking on. He will face the winner. And this time it's Howard who ends up on top in a takedown.
Little knee block from the underhook position by John Howard. Runs Mashad upper body over his lower body and puts him on the deck.
4 minutes left in this quarterfinal bout. And now John Howard goes to work on top. David Mashad with the body lock. Controlling the posture here of John Howard. Perhaps, interestingly enough, waiting for a stand-up from the referee.
Possibly, I think if I'm Dave Mashad, I'm going to use my wrestling, find a way to create a scramble and scramble up off my back. He's got double overhooks, using 1 foot on the hip, kind of looking for a butterfly.
Controlling the arms of John Doomsday Howard, negating any offense from the top, and back to his feet is David Mashad.
And right here, John Howard should be throwing knees to that thigh. Should be kneeing that thigh and take that out of the equation. And there he goes.
Mashad needs to reach all the way over. There you go, whizzer, all the way over with that right hand. Whizzer and pull John Howard up. There's nice dump by John Howard.
Mashad gets right back to his feet, though. Coming up on halfway through this second and final round of welterweight quarterfinal action.
John Howard is in on a deep single. Mashad picks him back up with that whizzer. Jacks him back up.
Head inside single by John Howard. He lets it go now.
Over under there by David Mashad, reverses position and presses John Howard against the cage. The old school foot stomps from the Bulldog. More body work.
Watch for that trip again. You saw him set it up. Tips him one way and then brings him back the other way and use that little foot wheel to trip him.
And now he grabs double underhooks here. Pummels back in John Doomsday Howard. Less than 2 minutes left. Body work there from David Mashad. Grinding performance. We've seen these tonight in quarterfinal action. The strategy of preserving yourself for your semifinal bout has escaped these welterweight fighters.
Gone right out the window.
Most of this fight, as you can see with our Cricket Wireless Fight Tracker, has taken place against the cage. Eve, we're coming up on 1 minute left. What does John Doomsday Howard need to do here?
John Howard has got to be offensive. He's got to start with some jabs and create some openings for himself. He wants to land big shots, but you can't just come in there firing to the kitchen sink at Mashad. You've got to set it up with something.
Saw a little fatigue from Mashad on the break there. He had that little wobble, looked like he was looking for a place to catch some air.
That's one of the things about being a big-time slugger. You actually need an opponent who's willing to engage with you in an exchange like that. David Mashad, clearly not the same strategy that Ray Cooper III had in the regular season bout between himself and John Howard. Mashad's been retreating when Howard throws the big hooks.
It's actually a brilliant game plan. Mashad stuck to it. He's punched when he had to punch, been wrestled when he had to wrestle, and kind of kept John Howard a little bit off balance.
Perhaps a bit of an upset brewing here as time winds down in the second round of this welterweight quarterfinal.
Hey, these welterweight fights have been tough, man, and these guys have to fight again tonight.
It's fight twice and win twice if you want to make it to the championship on New Year's Eve at Madison Square Garden. 2 rounds gone. How do the judges see this one? Impressive performance by David Mashad, but was it enough, Randy?
Well, I definitely feel like he won the first round, and the question is how they see the second round. John Howard had a great takedown, but Mashad came back and did some nice things too, but it's tough to score that second round.
It's the DraftKings Bracket Challenge. Play for your share of $30,000. You pick your fighters, you rack up the points, and you fight your way up the leaderboard. You can play at DraftKings.com/PFL. Have a little fun with it. That's our PFL Smart Cage, and these are our Cageonomics final fight stats. Over 100 total strikes landed for David Mashad in this one. 3 takedowns to John Howard 2. Who has the advantage here? Impressive performance, though, by David Mashad. From a strategic standpoint, he did not engage with Doomsday.
Yeah, and that was very smart. I think he had a great game plan. He stuck to that game plan, and he kind of took his power away from it, John Howard.
Lillian Garcia has our decision inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 20-18 for your winner by unanimous decision and advancing to the semifinals in the welterweight division, David Mashad.
Big win there for David Mashad. Walking around Mandalay Bay, talking to folks. Not a lot of people thought that was going to be the outcome of this one. Mild upset there. David Mashad moves on to face the #1 seed, Glyco França. And those are our semifinals set. The winner of these 2 bouts will move on to a championship date on New Year's Eve. Fight twice, win twice. Caroline Pierce has our winner inside the cage.
Thank you, Sean. I'm here with a successful David Mashad. Congratulations on your quarterfinal win. Excellent game plan. Looks like you mixed up the wrestling and the strikes. How happy are you with that performance?
It was a hard fight, so I'm not too happy. You know, I wanted to get a finish, get a little more rest time, not spend so much energy. I got goaded into sitting in the pocket with him more than I probably should have, but it was fun, you know. I like to get in there and throw big hooks, so I just probably didn't fight as smart as I should have, but we're gonna win the next one anyway, so it don't matter.
Well, you get another chance. Short recovery now, and you face Glyco França, the #1 seed. How'd you get it done against him?
You know, he's a big guy. He comes forward. He's got good pressure. He likes to take people down. Kind of same plan as me, so just hit him hard, put him on his back.
We'll see you in the semifinals. David Mashad.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. So our men's semifinals are set, but our women's lightweight semifinals are coming. There's Bobby Joe DL. And up next, we'll have on the other side of the bracket, Sarah Kaufman and Larissa Pacheco. #1 versus #4. There is Sarah Kaufman, the Canadian veteran, #1 seed. Does she have what it takes to make it to the championship against the very tough and experienced Larissa Pacheco? women's semifinal action when we return.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By SeatGeek, score the best deal on tickets. And by Caged Muscle.
A reminder that the 2000 PFL playoffs continue Thursday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central on ESPN2. Live from right here at Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Featuring two of last season's champions, Featherweight King Lance Palmer and Lightweight champion Natan Schultz. They will continue their quest for repeat titles. Fight twice, win twice in one night for a shot at $1 million. Our women's lightweight playoff bracket, the semifinals are already set. So for these ladies, it's not fight twice, win twice. They've already earned their semifinal spots. And it'll be Sarah Kaufman and Larissa Pacheco. Number 1 versus number 4, and Larissa Pacheco coming off a big armbar victory to get herself to this spot. Sarah Kaufman, victorious in her first bout of the regular season. took a walkover win when her opponent missed weight in the second bout. Eve, what is the key for Larissa Pacheco here?
Well, she doesn't watch a lot of tape on her opponent. She lets her coaches do that, but she's the bigger woman in there. She's got a lot of experience. They have very similar skill sets. I think the key for her victory tonight will be to use that size advantage and just push Sarah Kaufman around and get to dominant positions and control from there.
If you're a Canadian veteran like Sarah Kaufman, Randy, you're the #1 seed. How do you get through this semifinal bout?
She feels like she has to put pressure on Pacheco. Stay in her face. She's a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller athlete. Use her ankles and her footwork, but put pressure on Pacheco. Not stand out and try and trade with a bigger athlete.
Take a look at our cage muscle tail of the tape. Much younger is Larissa Pacheco, but quite experienced for someone her age. Sarah Kaufman weighed in at 153 pounds without cutting at all. She's fought as low on the high level as 135 pounds. She is not as big as Larissa Pacheco. It showed on the scale. It may show here tonight inside of the cage. Lillian Garcia gets the women's lightweight playoffs going inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start our semifinals. The winners will earn a spot in the 2019 PFL World Championship to be taking place New Year's Eve, fighting for $1 million. To kick it all off right now, we have the women's lightweight playoffs, brought to you by Cage Muscle. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, she specializes in jiu-jitsu, standing at 5'6", weighing in at 156 pounds. In 15 professional bouts, she has a record of 12 victories and 3 defeats. Here is the #4 seed, fighting out of Marituba, Brazil, Larissa Pacheco. Her opponent, out of the red corner, she is a striker, standing at 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 153 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, this veteran has an impressive record of 21 victories, 4 defeats, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, here is the #1 seed, Sarah Kaufman. Your referee in charge, Chris Tinoley.
Semi-final action here. Larissa Pacheco there in the black. Sarah Kaufman in the red. The winner fight for $1 million. No touch of the gloves. Pacheco gets right to it with a 1-2. Kaufman closing the distance here. Long punches there from Pacheco, trying to take advantage of her size. Nice right hand there by Pacheco. Another combination. The 1s and 2s searching for the face of Sarah Kaufman.
She's sharpshooting from the outside. She's being pretty accurate. And I'm talking about Pacheco.
Kaufman's picking off some of those with her hands, but she's eating some of those shots too.
At only 25 years old, Larissa already the veteran of 15 MMA fights. And she's only 25, but some of the biggest tests of her career, Eve, were 6 years ago when she was fighting championship caliber individuals.
Yeah, she fought Jermaine Durandamy, Jessica Andrade inside the UFC at 19 years old. 6 years later.
I can't tell if that's a scratch or blood coming down the cheek of Sarah Kaufman.
Yeah, Pacheco catches a kick and dumps Kaufman to her back. Kaufman looking to sweep.
Oh, she's got one hook in. She's trying to reverse her here, Kaufman. Very wiry.
We had a really fascinating discussion in the fighter meetings, Randy, with Sarah Kaufman about the difference between grappling with female partners and with men, how the weight is distributed differently, how the flexibility is different, and clearly her own flexibility on display as she reaches the left leg all the way up and over Larissa Pacheco.
I've been very impressed with Sarah Kaufman for a lot of reasons, but she's a very cerebral fighter. That was a really interesting discussion. And I thought she was spot on. She was absolutely correct.
Pacheco inside the guard of Sarah Kaufman. Kayla Harrison, number 2 seed, warming up in her dressing room.
Nice job by Pacheco to put Kaufman right back on the deck. Looked like she was almost up, and there's something disheartening when that happens. You're almost away, you're up, and boom, you're right back on the bottom again.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
You can see here on the ground the size disparity between these two fighters. They're in the same weight class tonight, but Larissa Pacheco cut weight to get here. Sarah Kaufman walks around less than this. Here's Sarah Kaufman's corner. Not much guidance there, just watching, trusting his veteran fighter to get herself out of this position on the bottom. One of the things, Randy, when you're fighting against someone who's so experienced on the ground, even if you're on top, oftentimes they're just waiting for you to posture up, to make a mistake, to create some space, and then they pounce and try and grab an advantage there.
Give you that little bit of daylight where you can find your way out from down there. Pacheco doing a nice job of floating on top and smothering Sarah Kaufman, but Sarah, you get the sense that she's waiting for that little moment where she can explode and potentially get up.
And Eve, there's a lot of advantages to that. One of those, if this fight keeps going deeper into rounds, it's an energy conservation thing. Even if you're on your back and you're waiting to make the big moves, you're not constantly bridging.
You're definitely saving some energy, but at the same time, you're not making the person on top expend a lot of energy and having to move in position and float on top of you to control you. But Sarah Kaufman's a smart fighter, man. She's been around, she's been a high-level fighter since the Strikeforce days. The Strikeforce has been defunct for a long time.
Try to get your guard. Get inside the guard. Put
This
your
is
hand on
Larissa
top of her
Pacheco's
face.
corner.
Exactly. Exactly. Bring her back in. Take your hand from underneath her. Take your hand from underneath her. Take your hand from underneath her.
Nice guidance there. That the corner did not want Larissa Pacheco's hand stuck underneath Sarah Kaufman.
This is a high-level fight, man. I watch what these women are doing, and a lot of times they're making the right moves. It's a very cerebral fight. They're both thinking about it. Sarah Kaufman is a cerebral fighter. Larissa Pacheco is bigger than her, but it doesn't matter when a fighter is smart. They do the right things, but Pacheco is doing everything she needs to do. That shows us how the women's game of mixed martial art has come so far in such a short time.
Some ground and pound here from Larissa Pacheco. 20 seconds remaining here in round number 1 of this women's lightweight semifinal bout. Sarah Kaufman, the number 1 seed, on her back underneath Larissa Pacheco. Couple of left hands for Pacheco to try and close out the round, score some points in the judges' eyes. Round 2 when we return. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, cage side, women's lightweight semifinal action. Larissa Pacheco in the black and gray, Sarah Kaufman in the red. The number 1 seed, Sarah Kaufman, spent a good amount of that first round, Randy, on her back underneath the attack of Larissa Pacheco.
Yeah, we talk about conserving energy from there, but she also lost the round from there.
And Eve, the striking display early from Larissa Pacheco is what set up that takedown. She's trying to stay at distance, use her size advantage.
Stay at distance, use her size advantage, and throw straight punches. She's going straight down the pipe. Now Sarah's moving her head and trying to slip as she comes in. And we've seen Larissa miss a little more this round. So Sarah's making adjustments.
Kaufman's got a little cut right over her left ear. It's causing that little bit of blood. Oh,
nice right hand there lands for Larissa Pacheco. And a hook on the exit. Throwing everything with intent. They're straight Eve, but there's a lot behind all these punches for the larger fighter.
Yeah, she's putting some heat on that. She wants that rematch with Kayla Harrison. She wants to be able to prepare for her and take that win back.
Remember,
she's got to get through Kaufman first.
If you watch regular season action, Larissa Pacheco and Kayla Harrison met in the regular season. Harrison won by decision, was very displeased with the performance, left the cage very upset. Larissa Pacheco even more upset with the loss. She wants the rematch, and of course that rematch would come potentially in a championship for $1 million. 3.5 minutes left here in round number 2.
Seen some great counter punching by Larissa Pacheco. Every time Kaufman gets in range and throws something, Pacheco's answering and hitting her right back and giving it right back to her.
Pacheco said this was a great camp for her. She came in leaner, easier weight cut. Definitely very prepared to take on a fighter so experienced like Sarah Kaufman. More 1-2s from Larissa Pacheco.
And Larissa is dictating the range. She's staying on the outside, and when she decides that this exchange is over, she can just lean back, bring that weight back to the back foot, and Sarah can't get to her. See, look at that.
Nice right hand right on the forehead there of Sarah Kaufman. The veteran game facing it, but you can see the redness on down that center line of Sarah Kaufman's face. Forehead, nose, taking some punches. There's a big right hand from Kaufman.
Nice overhand right. She's been trying to land that and measure that this entire round.
She's trying to time Pacheco coming in with her jab. That's how she landed it the one time. She's slipping over that and firing that right hand.
Blood pouring from the nose now of Sarah Kaufman, the #1 seed veteran, trying to solve the puzzle of the young, hungry Larissa Pacheco, who earned her spot in these playoffs with a armbar victory in the first round over Bobri Jo DL, who we will see later against Kayla Harrison.
You see that blood come out of Sarah Kaufman's nose. That's gonna make it hard to breathe. And when it gets hard to breathe,
nice counter by Sarah Kaufman.
Beautiful. When it gets hard to breathe in these fights.
Great balance by Kaufman. Able to pull the head down, avoid the takedown, pull the head down, and now hang on the neck of Larissa Pacheco.
Pacheco's doing the right thing. She's fighting hands right here. She's blocking the back take. Good job by Pacheco.
Tell you what, with that much blood in the equation here, Randy, a choke, it's slippery.
Yeah, absolutely slippery. I don't think a lot of people realize how slick that is. It's securing a very tight submission a lot more difficult. 40 seconds left in the round here.
Pacheco grinding Sarah Kaufman against the cage. The Canadian trying to land a knee. Knee to the body there from Pacheco. Coming to the close here of round number 2, and Larissa Pacheco, the 4 seed, drags Sarah Kaufman to the mat, perhaps to secure the round. Round 3 when we return on ESPN2.
There's a nice long straight jab right on the button, and that looks to have started the bleeding out of Sarah Kaufman's nose.
Larissa Pacheco, the number 4 seed in the black and gray, with an impressive performance so far. Good enough for 2 rounds to none on your scorecards, Eve?
So far, I've got Larissa up 2 rounds to none. The second round was closer, but she did land more effective punching and landed the only takedown in that round.
Significant damage on the face of Sarah Kaufman, including that blood here at Mandalay Bay. Women's semifinal in the lightweight division. The winner of this bout continues to our New Year's Eve championships for a title and $1 million at Madison Square Garden.
Right now, Sarah Kaufman looks like she's been in a fight. Larissa Pacheco looks like she's been out for a run.
Impressive performance so far by the young Brazilian. There's Kayla Harrison, a favorite here on semifinal night for the 155-pound women, 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist, to take on Bobby Joe DL, who stepped in after Jenna Fabian was forced to withdraw due to medical issues. Uppercut attempted there by Larissa Pacheco.
Nice overhand right by Kaufman, answered with the uppercut. Kaufman definitely pressing the action and trying to hunt Pacheco down. But the footwork by Pacheco is very, very good. She counters very, very well.
Another overhand right, searching for Sarah Kaufman. She's found more success in controlling the distance here in round 3.
She has, but she hasn't found success in controlling these exchanges. Pacheco is still landing the big punches on the inside. Kaufman's landing some shots, but they don't seem to have any effect on Pacheco.
We talked about a size difference here potentially being an issue in this fight. And even when Sarah Kaufman does land, Larissa Pacheco able to shrug it off.
Yeah, she's doing well also hiding that chin behind the shoulder. She's rolling with some of these punches now. I think she's making better reads at this point on Sarah Kaufman. Now will she be able to counter any of these punches that Sarah Kaufman's firing at her?
Well, Sarah's nose is an absolute mess.
Pacheco's in complete control. Although this fight isn't chaotic, Pacheco is in control. Slow, even pace.
Round 3 halfway gone here in women's lightweight semifinal action. You can see the numbers down there at the bottom, the Cageonomics numbers. Sarah Kaufman actually outlanding Larissa Pacheco, but the more damaging shots, at least from a visible perspective, coming from the young Brazilian.
I bet you if we look at our fight
now that was a big, nice right hand. Kaufman finally landed a nice one. And again, Pacheco just seemed to shrug it off and get right to the clinch.
Gets to this clinch, and she will attempt here with 2 minutes remaining to drag Sarah Kaufman to the mat, where they spent most of round number 1.
Trying to take the back here. She could step behind and trip or outside trip.
Drags Sarah Kaufman to the mat, compromises that post with the left arm, and now goes to work with her right hand. Larissa Pacheco trying to make a statement. She wants a finish here. The blood pouring down onto the mat inside the PFL Smart Cage. Coming up on 1 minute remaining. That blood is pouring, Randy, from the nose of Sarah Kaufman.
Nice
Kaufman
job by
takes
Kaufman.
the back.
She's got
Both
her back.
hooks in.
Oh, she slides up. There's that slipperiness we're talking about.
We talked about the blood and the slippery situation. And now Pacheco standing over Sarah Kaufman with 40 seconds to work. She'll step down into a control position rather than opting for the big ground and pound. Perhaps feeling like she has this fight in the bag, doesn't want to take any risks. Rains a big right hand down. Larissa Pacheco hips in.
Hips in, head up. This is a position that some of our other guys that kept their heads down in this position is exactly what I was talking about. She can pick her shots now, find those holes, and damage.
She's showing a high level of fighting right now. Fight IQ. She's doing everything right, and she's dominating a veteran, a former Strikeforce world champion.
And Larissa Pacheco finishes the round and the fight on top of the veteran Sarah Kaufman. 25 years old, 15 fights deep, and perhaps securing a spot in the New Year's Eve championship. Larissa Pacheco.
She said she wanted that rematch with Kayla Harrison. She held up her end of the bargain. Now it's Kayla's turn.
Very impressive performance by Larissa Pacheco. She knew what was on the line, and against a veteran like Sarah Kaufman, she knew exactly how to get it done. Great coaching, great execution by Larissa Pacheco. Don't forget, tomorrow on Saturday Night Football presented by Wells Fargo, it's number 10 Penn State taking on number 17 Iowa at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. That'll be at 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central on ABC and on the ESPN app. Let's go Hawkeyes. It's been since 2011, 5 in a row for Penn State. Iowa's got to reverse that trend. Coming up next, the two-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison taking on a last-minute replacement opponent. Bobby Joe DL, the Canadian striker, stepped in on last-minute notice. Let's take a look at our Cageonomics numbers here for Larissa Pacheco and Sarah Kaufman. Kaufman actually outlanded Larissa Pacheco by 1. But the 4 takedowns for Larissa Pacheco, the dominant control in the first round, and the accumulation of heavy shots, damage, visibly, it would appear that Larissa Pacheco dominated this fight.
I agree 100%. I think that was the determining factor, the effective striking and counterpunching of Larissa Pacheco.
If you have a size advantage, it's a good idea to put that thing to work. Not every fighter's able to do it. Larissa Pacheco displayed excellent acumen in that regard tonight.
She did, and she did it from multiple positions. She did it right here in the wrestling and getting to that top control position. She's able to run Sarah Kaufman over and maul her from the top, landing big shots and control that top spot. Never allowing Kaufman to get under her hips and transition or reverse her. She did it also from the outside with her striking. She was able to land punches on the outside, stay long, and make Sarah Kaufman fall short with some of her punches. Yes, Sarah got a few in there, but you can see from their faces that Larissa Pacheco was in control of the striking of this fight also. Right here, beautiful, beautiful trip. After missing the first attempt at the takedown, she follows it up with a trip, controls that upper body, takes the feet away, and does a great job once she's on top. She shows a high level of fight IQ in this fight, and I'm very impressed with her tonight.
The crew mopping the blood off the floor of the PFL Smart Cage, and Lillian Garcia has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision and advancing to the 2019 PFL Championship in the women's lightweight division, Larissa Pacheco!
So the #1 seed at women's lightweight goes down. Larissa Pacheco advancing to a championship date on New Year's Eve at Madison Square Garden. One side of that bout has been filled. We will find out Kayla Harrison or Bobby Joe DL. DL stepping in as the alternate. Last minute opponent change for Kayla Harrison. That can be disorienting. Bobby Joe DL actually told us she prepared only for Kayla.
Yeah, after her last fight, when she didn't make, she became an alternate, didn't make the postseason play, she started training then for Kayla Harrison. So interesting, and it paid off. She came here ready to go, made weight, and in a lot of ways, her and Jenna Fabian are very similar.
And actually, in the regular season, Bobby Joe DL right there, who comes in as the 5 seed, she beat Jenna Fabian. So poetic justice in some way that she actually gets the date with Kayla Harrison. The number 2 seed, she be in New York. We'll find out next. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, women's lightweight playoff action. That's Kayla Harrison, a 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist, undefeated so far in her young mixed martial arts career, and she wants to be the best fighter in the world. First, she's got to advance in a semifinal bout tonight against Bobby Joe DL. Kayla Harrison, intense in our interview, told us that she wants to use her judo. We'll see if that comes into place tonight. Larissa Pacheco and Kayla Harrison already faced off in our regular season. A victory for Kayla Harrison by decision. She was unhappy with her performance. Obviously, Pacheco was very displeased with the loss. Are we preparing for a rematch? We'll find out in just a few moments here. Bobby Joe DL, Eve, steps in last minute as an alternate. She's the 5 seed. Jenna Fabian, medical issues, can't go, but Bobby Joe actually beat Jenna Fabian in the regular season.
Yeah, Bobby Joe, I mean, she's been preparing for this fight. She was the alternate, and she looked at it. She prepared for Larissa Pacheco already. She felt like her and Sarah Crawford were similar, so she prepared for Kayla Harrison. She had a camp as if she was going to fight, and what do you know? Things worked out, and she's stepping in the cage against Kayla Harrison, a woman who she's been preparing for the past couple of weeks for this camp. So let's see what she brings to the cage this time.
It's one of the things with this format. If you're in the roster, you better be ready to go because you don't know when you're going to get that call and be the alternate, the person that gets to step up. We have guys that lost here tonight that you don't know how these are going to finish out, these semifinal matches. They may end up getting the call and have to come and step forward again. So be ready.
And Kayla Harrison, she's 5-0. She's got 4 stoppages. She told us in this semifinal bout, she wants a finish, Randy.
She said she's going to get back to using a little more of her judo and quit worrying so much about all the MMA stuff that she's been working. She also said she wants to be a composed and comfortable fighter in this cage.
So the tail of the tape, it's a new opponent, but the disparity in height and reach is very similar. Bobby Joe DL is 6 feet tall. Kayla Harrison comes in at 5'8". 4-inch reach advantage for Bobby Joe DL. Interestingly enough, Kayla Harrison measured out with a leg reach advantage. I don't know how that works when you got a 6 foot tall Bobby Joe DL. Lillian Garcia gets our second women's lightweight semifinal started inside the cage.
That's right, we continue with the second semifinal in the women's lightweight division. And this is brought to you by SeatGeek, where you can score your best deals on tickets. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Her background is in kickboxing, standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. In 6 professional bouts, she has a record of 5 victories and 1 defeat with 3 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Sarnia, Ontario, Canada, here is Bobby Joe DL. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she specializes in judo, standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. She has an undefeated record of 5-0 with 4 wins by stoppage. She is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, fighting out of Middletown, Ohio. Here is Kayla Harrison. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson, the 3rd man in the cage. And how about that guy? Showtime right outside the cage. Anthony Showtime Pettis. We saw Mike Tyson earlier. I saw Gray Maynard earlier.
Yep.
Nikita Krylov, Showtime. It's a party. Touch of the gloves here in women's lightweight semifinal action. Kayla Harrison in the red, Bobby Joe DL in the black and gray.
Now, Bobby Joe said that she let Larissa Pacheco take her out of her game when she got taken down. She made a mistake, she had a mental lapse, and that took her out of her game. Let's see if Kayla gets one of these takedowns and Bobby Joe can stay focused.
Double underhooks for Kayla Harrison. Bobby Joe DL back against the cage here. It is a different animal, even in grappling exchanges, dealing with someone who's this much taller.
It absolutely is. There's a lot of leverage in those long levers. A lot of things you can do to someone that's your size are out the window. They're hard to do.
But you've got to imagine at the weight class that Kayla competed in judo, she definitely had to have competed against some women that had some height on her.
No doubt about that.
She gets the trip and gets Bobby Joe DL to her back. And now this is her world. Kayla Harrison inside control on top of Bobby Joe DL. In the fighter meetings, in our interview with Kayla Harrison, she said, I sometimes just have to remember, I'm the best female grappler in the world. We'll see if she puts that on display here.
Immediately advancing her position, climbing to better and better position as she goes here.
Doing a good job of controlling that right leg of Bobby Joe DL. DL making her work to keep her on the ground.
That's it. We're okay, yeah. Cover up. Duck your chin.
Back to her feet is Bobby Joe DL. Kayla Harrison attempts a knee. Nice work by Bobby Joe DL to get back to her feet.
What Bobby Joe needs to do is take that left hand and punch that inside so that she can start to jack Kayla back up. Because Kayla beneath her, even though she's a taller woman, Kayla's going to be able to use those hips and throw some of that judo into the game. And that's going to put a lot of salt in the mix.
Harrison still working with double underhooks here against the cage. Bobby Joe DL trying to soften up that body lock with some strikes.
You're doing well, Bobby. You're doing well. Good girl.
Tripped by Kayla Harrison. Hands once again inside control.
Get those elbows in. Get those elbows in. Good girl.
DL's corner, you can hear them coaching, telling her to keep the elbows in. Ground and pound from Kayla Harrison.
They don't want Kayla to isolate one of those arms. She'll make a transition around that isolated arm and go for submission.
It's all right. That's it. Be calm. When she moves, you move.
Posting the forearm on the neck there is Bobby Joe DL on her back. There's Ray Cooper III. Remember, for the men's welterweights, it's fight twice, win twice. Ray Cooper potentially staring at a rematch from last year's final.
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Elbows in. Protect yourself. It's all right.
More heavy right hands from the top by Kayla Harrison. Steps over to the mount. Bobby Joe DL finds herself underneath. Heavy ground and pound from Kayla Harrison on top.
Bobby Joe's got to get Kayla down on her hips.
There's the armbar.
Here comes a belly down armbar attempt. Bobby Joe DL flips over. Thumbing out, and there's the tap. Kayla Harrison, first round armbar submission, and a date in the championship on New Year's Eve. It'll be a rematch between Kayla Harrison and Larissa Pacheco. That's the fight that Larissa Pacheco wanted.
It's going to be a late Christmas present.
Impressive performance by Kayla Harrison, who improves to 6-0 in her young MMA career. Dominant, position first, saw that opening, Randy, and took the arm.
Absolutely. Once she made contact, she did not let that go.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, and some breaking news. Magomed Karimov out with an injury, cannot continue in our semifinal, so it'll be Ray Cooper III against Chris the Action Man Curtis in a welterweight semifinal.
And this is the fight that Chris Curtis wanted at the beginning of the season. He's getting in the playoffs, an opportunity to shoot for that $1 million.
We saw the man take his gloves off and lay them on the cage floor, potentially mentally retiring. Now, 20 minutes later, he's back in a semifinal.
Like I said, in the PFL with this format, you got to be ready to go, win or lose.
Here's our Smart Cage Cageonomics numbers. Kayla Harrison, 2 takedowns. Bobby Joe Dial did a great job working herself back to her feet, but ended up on the ground one more time with an arm out there by itself, and Kayla Harrison darn near ripped it off.
Well, Kayla methodically moved to better and better position until there was really no other option. She made a beautiful transition to that arm bar and secured that. She was on that like a rat on a Cheeto.
There's Chris Curtis. Backstage, got to get retaped. Got to get the gloves back on, got to find the mouthpiece, got to make it happen. Chris the Action Man Curtis preparing himself physically and mentally for an unexpected semifinal bout. Lillian Garcia has our official decision inside the PFL cage.
Comes officially at 3 minutes and 32 seconds into round number 1. Submission by armbar, and advancing to the 2019 PFL World Championship in the women's lightweight division, Kayla Harrison.
First round submission victory for Kayla Harrison, securing herself a spot in our championship on New Year's Eve, December 31st, Madison Square Garden. It'll be a rematch from the regular season, Kayla Harrison and the young Brazilian Larissa Pacheco. Caroline Pierce has our winner inside the cage.
I do indeed. Kayla Harrison just put on her PFL Championship t-shirt. You are going to get to fight for $1 million. How does that feel?
Well, you know, the goal is always to be the best. $1 million is great, but ultimately I want to be world champion, so that's what I care about. I just want to take a second and I want to dedicate this fight to my judo teammate, Jack Hatton. He recently passed away, and October is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. So if anyone is struggling, or you know someone who's struggling, please reach out, because there is help there if you want to take it. Don't ever be afraid to ask for help.
Thank you, Kayla. Lovely words. And we're sorry for your loss. Talking about your performance tonight, you said you were going to use your judo more. You did. You got the trips. You got it. Was it more challenging doing so with someone of the stature of Bobby Joe? And then talk us through the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Bobby Joe's a great competitor. She's very physically strong. I was surprised by how hard it was to take her down. A lot of the guys are easier to take down than that. And then the finish, you know, we're working on being slow, methodical, controlled. She was able to get back up once. So I realized I had to do a better job of trying to keep my position on the mat. And finally, I was able to get to mount, and once I started raining down the heavy punches, I saw the arm and I took it.
You did indeed. This sets up a rematch now with Larissa Pacheco. You fought one another. You got the decision win in the first round of the regular season, but this was a win you were the least happy with, to say the least. So what do you do differently this time?
Well, first of all, this time I'm going to have a lot longer to prepare for it. Last time it was a really last-minute opponent change. So we're going to be able to study more film, practice a lot more, and ultimately just go out there and instill my will.
Well, we will see you on New Year's Eve in New York City. Kayla Harrison.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. The number 2 seed advances to face the number 4 seed in the women's lightweight playoff bracket. It'll be Kayla Harrison and Larissa Pacheco, already decked out in championship garb. New York City, New Year's Eve, $1 million on the line. If only I knew what that was like, Randy.
Yeah. For sure.
Ray Cooper III brought up getting ready, putting the gloves back on. It is fight twice and win twice. The toughest night in mixed martial arts continues live from Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas, Nevada. Cooper versus Curtis, next. Welcome back to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Professional Fighters League playoff action. 3 events in October, the first of which goes down tonight here at Mandalay Bay. The welterweight playoffs. A little curveball thrown our way. After a victory, Magomed Karimov had to withdraw from the bracket due to injury. And so Chris Curtis, the action man, the lucky loser rule, he steps in to take on Ray Cooper III. Last year's champion is out. Magomed Karimov is out. And if that's not shocking enough, Chris Curtis took his gloves off inside of the PFL cage after the loss. He laid them down, he silently exited, blew a kiss to the crowd. I just found out he announced his retirement from mixed martial arts on Instagram. Then finding out, Eve, that he was being pulled back into the playoffs to take on Ray Cooper. What A sequence of events.
That is a sequence of events that you can't script. I mean, Chris Curtis walked away, and to hear that you have that opportunity at the $1 million to be back in the tournament, I mean, we've all retired, but we're all fighters at heart. If that opportunity showed up just like that, I believe we would all take it also. And this is the fight that he wanted at the beginning of the season. So Chris Curtis may be destined for a New Year's birth.
I already knew it was the toughest night in mixed martial arts. I had no idea it was shaping up to be the most dramatic night in mixed martial arts. And how about this change for Ray Cooper III?
Yeah.
He fought hard to get to this point, to get to the rematch with Magomed Karimov. That's the fight he wanted. He also found out last minute about the opponent change. He faces Chris the Action Man Curtis. It's a totally different fight.
Well, I'm sure he prepared somewhat for one of those two winning, and then he thought it was going to be Magomed in a rematch from the finals. Now he's got Curtis, who he's never faced before. But you know, the real question is, he spent a ton of energy in that fight to get into the semifinals. How much gas is left in that tank?
This is where fighters get tested. Everybody in this sport says, I'll fight anybody, anytime, anywhere. Only in Professional Fighters League action is that actually put to the test, because it's a meritocracy. You fight twice, you win twice. That's the only way to get to the championship, unless, of course, the champion gets injured and you get called back in. So it begs the question, last minute change. How do you see this going, Yves Edwards?
Well, that all depends on the focus of Chris Curtis. I mean, I think Chris is a better boxer, and he's going to have to pick Ray Cooper apart. If Ray comes in with those big shots, because Chris wants a fight like that. He's okay with fighting against a guy like that because his boxing is pretty strong. This is what he wanted. We'll see if he's able to live up to what he wanted to step into.
He mentally walked away from the sport about 90 minutes ago. So, I mean, now he's back at it. He's facing a very tenacious guy. Does Cooper have the wrestling? Because that's what he's going to need to do in this match against a guy like John Curtis, or Chris Curtis rather, is make him wrestle him again, which he tried to do in the last one. So how much gas is there? How much can he make him wrestle?
The Action Man lives in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ray Cooper might as well live here on the 9th Island with how much support he has at Mandalay Bay tonight. And there's our tail of the tape. 4-inch reach advantage for Chris the Action Man Curtis. But something tells me this all comes down to the mental game for these two fighters. Lillian Garcia continues our welterweights inside the PFL cage.
And now it is time for the men's semifinals in the welterweight division. This is brought to you by Real Time Pain Relief. Real time it and knock out your pain. Introducing to you first, replacing an injured Magomed Karimov. His background is in boxing, standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 171 pounds. In 28 professional bouts, he has a record of 21 victories and 7 defeats. Here is the number 7 seed, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Cincinnati, Ohio, Chris the Action Man Curtis! His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. His background is in boxing, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing in at 170 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, he has a record of 18 victories, 7 defeats, and 1 draw. Here is the number 6 seed, fighting out of Pearl City, Hawaii, Brada Ray Cooper III. Your referee in charge, Mark Smith.
All right, gentlemen, you got your instructions earlier. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands. Let's have a good, clean fight. Tough gloves. Good luck.
Ray Cooper III in the gray trunks, Chris the Action Man Curtis, fresh out of retirement, and I mean fresh, in the blue and red.
This is going to be a good one.
All right, Chris.
The first question for me here, Yves, is can Ray Cooper get Chris Curtis to a striking battle?
He definitely will. That's where Chris Curtis wants to fight. But it's not going to be a brawl. Chris Curtis is not a brawler. He is a boxer.
We see it in the sport of boxing. You see it in the sport of mixed martial arts, that puncher versus boxer mentality. And Randy, you think Ray Cooper's wrestling might be the key here?
I think if he starts losing the striking exchanges, he's going to look to take him down again, take some gas out of him, and make him fight there.
Now, before the season started, Chris Curtis had posted a bunch of memes calling out Ray Cooper wanting this fight. So
shells up there and backs away, circles out from Ray Cooper. Ray Cooper Jr. in the corner of his son, Ray III.
Chris, he's opening, jab number 2. Shuffle into it. Follow with the hook.
both of those shots flashed Ray.
Southpaw Chris Curtis. Orthodox stance for Ray Cooper III. Curtis throws a hook kick.
Straight left by Curtis. Nice body shot.
And grabs a single leg, head outside single.
Good job with the change of direction to finish that takedown.
Ray Cooper now on top of Chris, the action man, Curtis.
Now, can he secure this takedown? Can he get Chris Cooper in a position that he can do some damage?
Puts those feet up. Pretty tough to get back up with your feet stuck in the air.
Double butterflies here for Chris Curtis. Ray Cooper on top, flat-footed. Curtis isolating the arms, or attempting to, of Ray Cooper III.
He starts punching, we go. Yep, bottom leg, keep going. Post hand, you gotta have a post hand down. If we wanna go, we gotta post that hand down.
Eve, what does Chris Curtis need to do to get up?
Chris Curtis, he's wrapping that that left arm of Ray Cooper up to prevent Ray from throwing bombs, but he may need to unhook that and get to that underhook to get to his feet. That underhook is gonna allow him to get back up. Holding that arm, and that whizzer is gonna just prevent Ray Cooper from landing shots with that arm.
Pull your legs in, pull your legs in, pull your legs in, keep going. Pull your legs in, keep pulling them in. We want that bottom leg in. You're gonna have to let go and post on that hand to bring that leg up. So he's gonna go to punch, you're gonna stand up. Post hand, you're keeping yourself.
Ray Cooper III heavy on top here in round number 1. This is how he won his first bout of the night in the quarterfinals, but Curtis back to his feet. Another head outside single, runs the pipe.
Curtis trying to switch from around the back.
He's trying to butt drag him. Keep all that weight on Ray Cooper's head so that Ray Cooper can't sit back up and recover position. Good job by Ray.
Ray finishes a low single, comes out the back door and ends up back on top.
Side control for Ray Cooper, who lands a knee to the back of Chris Curtis on the bottom here.
And we saw Curtis getting, scrambling to get his gear back together and get back on. Did he have time to warm up? How loose is he right now?
That kind of looked like a warm-up to me. He was scrambling around trying to find his stuff.
Referee calling for more action here from Ray Cooper on top.
Curtis, turn back into it now. Turn back into it.
You don't traditionally think of a Hawaiian blanket as being that heavy, but in the case of Ray Cooper III, I think it might be.
Yeah, I agree.
Curtis
doing something interesting. Digging for in that arm of Cooper and trapping it there, which it renders it kind of ineffective. Looking for the stand-up.
It's control on top, but there's no damage so far from the top position for Ray Cooper III. Chris Curtis content to rest. Look for an opening. Cooper doing a good job of not providing any, but he's not been able to grab offense until this full mount. 20 seconds left. Can he land some significant strikes here? Some ground and pound from the top.
Trying to walk him over to the fence.
What Curtis is doing is clinching his grip high on Ray Cooper's neck, close to the back of his head, so that Cooper can't posture up and fire big shots.
Closing in on the end of round number 1 here. More semifinal action. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards back here at Mandalay Bay for welterweight semifinal action. Chris the Action Man Curtis in the blue and red. Ray Cooper III in the silver trunks. And a striking exchange. Knockout victory! Down goes the Action Man! Ray Cooper III wakes up the 9th Island in Las Vegas, Nevada with a huge knockout victory! Championship ticket punched, literally, by Ray Cooper III.
Straight right. Right on the button.
A dominant wrestling performance in round number 1. And now, a back-to-back trip to the championship for Ray Cooper III.
He was going to the 9th Island.
Ray Cooper jumped out of the cage and tried to head to the 9th Island. He's got 200 plus people who made the trip to come watch him from Pearl City, Hawaii, and all over the Hawaiian Islands. His dad, Ray Cooper Jr., had to tackle him and pull him back down. Ray Cooper III with a huge, the power is still there, obviously.
Whoa. Whoa. I guess that answered the gas tank question. We have plenty of gas.
Chris the Action Man Curtis is awake on the stool, and Ray Cooper III reveling in the glory of 200 plus Hawaiian fans here at Mandalay Bay. Big overhand right directly on the chin of Chris the Action Man Curtis. And he was out before he hit the canvas. Here it is again, Randy. According to our Cageonomics sensors, 26.2 miles an hour on that knockout punch for Ray Cooper III. That is the fastest punch tonight. He bested his quarterfinal total, which was 25.2.
And the result also changed. I mean, that punch landed and Chris Curtis went off.
There's the reaction from the corner. His dad, a fighter. His brothers, fighters. His sister, a state champion caliber wrestler. If you're in the Cooper family, it's a fighting family. And they're all gonna be in New York City once again. Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside of the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 11 seconds into round number 2. Your winner by knockout and advancing to the 2019 PFL World Championship in the welterweight division, Ray Cooper III.
Ray Cooper III once again headed to the championship. Second round knockout victory. He'll face the winner of our next semifinal in New York City at Madison Square Garden on New Year's Eve. There's a look at your welterweight brackets, almost complete here in our 2019 playoffs. Caroline Pierce, tell us how Ray Cooper feels.
Thanks, Sean. I will indeed. I'm here with Braddock. Made his way into the final for the second time. Put into words what that performance means to you.
It just means a lot. Me and Chris were supposed to fight at the beginning of the season. It's an honor to fight him. He's a terrific boxer. And yeah, I just want to give praise to the Father in heaven, the Lord Jesus Christ, give me this opportunity to fight in front of PFL. And I just want to thank the Lord and my family, my wife, my kids, my dad, my mom, my brothers, my cousin. I love all you guys and my family back home. My family here. I love all you guys. 808, Hawaii, baby. I love everybody back home. Yeah, I just really thankful. Thank you to PFL, Pete Murray, all the investors. I love all you guys. Thank you guys.
Ray, congratulations. We'll see you in the final New Year's Eve. Ray Cooper, the third. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. An intense moment here at Mandalay Bay as Ray Cooper punches his second straight ticket to a PFL championship bout.
Can you imagine what the Cooper household has been like for the last couple months? His younger brother just fought a few weeks ago. He's got his other brother fighting in a couple weeks, and he fought tonight twice. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Well, they trained in the garage, and that was an intense training camp.
Fancy gym in the garage at the Cooper house.
I actually watched two of his younger brothers fight on the same night on that Hawaiian card, streaming on Instagram. Both victories, of course. Glyco França, the #1 seed, victorious in his quarterfinal bout. Now he'll take on David the Bulldog Michaud. There's the Bulldog. Pulled off the upset here, the 5 seed versus the #1 when we come back at Mandalay Bay.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By SeatGeek, score the best deal on tickets. And by Rich Energy, live rich.
We're back at Mandalay Bay, welterweight playoff action, season 2 of Professional Fighters League. There's our welterweight bracket. Ray Cooper III moments ago punched his ticket to New York with a knockout victory of Chris the Action Man Curtis, who stepped in for an injured Magomed Karimov. Next up, Glyco França, the #1 seed, and David Michaud, moments away from these two men squaring off inside of the cage. The Bulldog, mild upset in his quarterfinal bout here. Randy, what's it going to take for him to get past Glyco França?
Well, this is an interesting matchup because Glyco França likes to take guys down. He puts forward pressure. He's got pretty good hands, and that's kind of David Michaud's style as well. So it's kind of a clash of styles. They both kind of want to come out and do the same thing to each other.
Glyco França earned the #1 seed. He put on a workmanlike performance to get here, I don't know. How does he take out David Michaud and book himself a ticket against Ray Cooper III?
Man, he's got to do what he's done all season. Press his opponents, put pressure on them, get David Michaud going backwards, and he's shown that he can take guys down. David Michaud has shown that he's willing to concede the takedowns. Glyco França gets on top. He's a dangerous guy, potentially the best jiu-jitsu in the division.
As you saw there, Glyco França has won 9 straight fights. David Michaud lost a regular season bout. Winner go home scenario, gets a knockout victory over Henderson Ferreira. Comes in tonight, an underdog against John Doomsday Howard, and gets the job done to earn his spot in these welterweight semifinals. Our final semifinal coming up here, but let's look at the tail of the tape presented by our good friends at Caged Muscle. #1 versus #5. 7-inch reach advantage for Glyco França. He used the long jab and the long right hand in his quarterfinal bout. Can he get the same work done against David Michaud? We find out now as Lillian Garcia gets the welterweight started.
Fight fans, this is the final semifinal fight in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in wrestling and boxing. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. In 22 professional bouts, he has a record of 17 victories and 5 defeats. Here is the number 5 seed, fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona, David Bulldog Michaud. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a grappler, also standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. In 27 professional bouts, this veteran has a record of 22 victories and 5 defeats. He is the number 1 seed, fighting out of Balneario Camboriú, Brazil, Glyco, the Brazilian Zombie, França! Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson inside of the cage. Hey, look at that. John McGinley. You've seen him in 42, Wall Street, Point Break. My personal favorite in Scrubs. Big time MMA fan, big time Professional Fighters League fan.
Sir, are you ready? Fight.
Watching this final welterweight semifinal. Glyco França in the blue and red. David Michaud in the gray trunks. Right hand from Glyco França and a body kick.
Hey, that toes pointed. That toes pointed.
França's throwing hard.
Long right hand and then a jab to follow it up, searching for Glyco França. Michaud landed a leg kick.
Michaud just split that punch, but he missed with his straight right.
Nice jab by Michaud.
Michaud doing a good job with his head movement, measuring distance. You don't traditionally think of that with the guy who's more of a bulldog style. I mean, it's his nickname, a bulldog style, a wrestler, but he's done a great job of retreating at the proper times tonight.
I thought his game plan in the Howard fight was really, really spot on. He wrestled when he had to, he punched when he had to, and ultimately that was the key to his victory there. He's a little bit different animal here. Guy that's going to change levels and try and take you down as well, and that makes it interesting.
He grabbed onto Glyco França there, landed a couple shots, and then exited. França searched with another right hand, trying to use that reach advantage, 7-inch reach advantage for Glyco França in the blue. The Brazilian number 1 seed taking on the number 5, David Michaud, who goes down to the body. Leg kick from França. Answered by Michaud. Big hook coming from Michaud. Another leg kick, low leg kick, Steve.
These guys are right back at it. I mean, there's no feeling out process. They had one fight earlier tonight and it doesn't look like anybody cooled down.
That's right. Fight twice and win twice. Both of these guys won a fight about an hour and a half ago. Now they're back in the cage to get it done and get themselves a date for New York City on New Year's Eve and a $1 million championship fight. Double jab there from Michaud. França avoids it.
In and out. You know what to do. Yachty's there when he backs up, David.
I think França's about ready to change levels and look for a takedown, the way he's changing leads.
Yeah, you saw him kind of searching, stepping forward with his right foot there.
Halfway, 230.
But he's having a good amount of success on his feet.
Oh, those leg kicks, both calf kicks. He got about the 3rd one he's landed on that lead leg of França. Michaud.
Nice jab.
Nice long jab. He's been doing that quite a bit. He'll sometimes jab the body and come up high, sometimes slide it right in under that.
The leg kicks exchanging here. Both guys scoring with leg kicks. Already welts forming on both lead legs. Body kick there from Glyco França. You saw that fine success earlier in the season against David Michaud. Hard to fool a fighter like him twice.
Get that body down. Hey, let's add. Let's go back.
big straight right hand.
Franza walks
That hurt him.
right hand, and there's a left hook. Franza, the Brazilian zombie.
Franza's in big trouble.
Stumbling around, hooks landing for David Michaud, smelling blood, seeing red. The Bulldog goes back to a low calf kick. Franza with a long right hand. We saw this in Franza's first bout. Got in trouble, found a way to recover. Can he do it against David Michaud? 1 minute remaining here in round number 1.
Nice patience by Michaud, not forcing it, not rushing, not smothering his punches.
He hasn't even teased the takedown this round, though.
Ooh, front kick there. With the right hand, sometimes Francis changes leads. He's in a bad position.
I mean, he's not taking too much damage just because he's changing leads. He's taking damage off of these combinations. And I don't know which lead he prefers to shoot from.
There's in on the double, but lets it go. I think Michaud needs to make an adjustment and start using an uppercut. We saw that against Fiallo work very successfully against Franza.
Knees to the body here.
We'll see a body lock attempt. It looks like he's trying to set it up.
10 seconds remaining in the first round of welterweight semifinal action. Knee to the body there from Franza. Round 2 when we return. Fight twice, win twice. Both Glyco Franza and David Michaud fought once and won once tonight, searching for a semifinal victory here. Franza in the blue trunks, Michaud in the silver, and in the second round they get right back to action. More leg kicks from Glyco Franza.
Throws an overhand right and rips an uppercut. If Michaud does that, he's good. That will land. Franza's ducking under that overhand right.
Michaud's jab is landing on the much longer fighter. Finding his range here. Been very successful in these striking exchanges. And Eve, we talked about it during the break. Probably round 1 went to David Michaud.
Yeah, but these guys are trading back and forth.
Take a look inside the blue corner of David Michaud here.
Hey, you're good. Hey, wrestle hard. Right up. Hey, push the head. Push the head. Keep that head down.
Stuff the head. Yes.
Good.
Don't let him crawl up, David.
Hey, you got to keep that head pushed.
Mental attitude, though. Let's go up.
Hey, you're up right here. Push that knee and get up. Push that knee and get up. Good.
You're out. No gas here. Good.
So a successful takedown attempt there for Glyco Franza, but you saw the corner coaching David Michaud back to his feet. Now he's got the Brazilian zombie on his back. Franza attempts to drag him once again to the floor.
Now, I've seen Michaud do this in one of his previous fights to the PFL. When an opponent was on his back, he was just kind of looking to the ref for help.
This looked like Michaud was trying to go for guillotine there and just fell off.
Flopped down to his back on a guillotine. Risky move against the guy with the jiu-jitsu of someone like Glyco Franza, but David Michaud has taken risks to get to this point.
Man, sweaty in the second round. I mean, it's a tough call.
Back to his feet again, David Michaud.
Nice job scrambling up.
Franza once again right back to the takedowns. Low double leg there.
Now, I could not tell if Michaud was trying to step out of something or if he just missed with a knee.
To me, it looked like he was stepping out of something. As França tries to lace in a hook here, once again hanging on the back of David Michaud. Forcing the Bulldog to carry his weight here in round number 2. The number 1 seed, Glyco França, the number 5 seed in the welterweight playoff, David Michaud.
Get over it. Hey, bring his head to the center and hit that Simpson. It's locked down.
So this right here looks like it takes a lot of energy. There are fights that I watch sometimes and I'm like, why would people do that? I'm like, why would people fight? And then there are some fights that I watch and I'm like, oh, I want to do that again. Earlier, when they were trading punches, I don't know why, that made me want to do this. But this looks like it takes too much work.
It's grueling, and this is exactly how Glyco França got to the semifinal. Does he have the cardio and necessary conditioning to do this for potentially 5 rounds? He steps to full mount here.
With the back control now.
Nice little roll out there by David Michaud, but he finds himself still down half mount.
And what you just said, Sean, about does Glyco França have the cardio to do this? You know, that's a big thing to him, conditioning, cardio. That's huge for him. And he said, getting ready for this playoffs, he said that he was focused on training his body, working on rest, listening to his body when he had to, just doing and being at top peak performance at all times. And he's showing it right now.
Well, it's fight twice, win twice tonight. Total of 5 rounds in the quarterfinals and semifinals. And of course, in New York City, it's a 5-round fight. So these guys are training for 10 rounds in the space of a couple months.
And you can't forget, Glyco França, his parents are educators, and he has a degree in kinesiology and physical fitness.
Training down with Astra Fight Team in southern Brazil. Balneario Camboriú, maybe not yet super well known on the fight scene, but I tell you what, they've got some badass guys in our playoffs here. Luis Rafael Lorenzino, one of his main training partners, will see him next week. He's actually in the crowd tonight.
Yeah, I saw him earlier. Can't wait to see him step in the cage again against Jeremy Kennedy.
Hammer fist there from the Brazilian Zombie on top. Glyco França in the half guard of David Michaud, putting in work. Final seconds of round number 2. Finishes with Glyco França on top.
Sir, you ready?
Third and final round of welterweight semifinal action. Glyco França, David Michaud, 1 versus 5. Big knee, ooh, groin check there.
Hit him in the cup and then the forehead.
França grabbed the clinch, inadvertent knee to the cup. Michaud none too pleased. And cut him open with the follow-up before the referee could stop it.
And you're saying there was a headbutt.
The corner of David Michaud very upset that the follow-up knee landed after an illegal knee. But the referee had yet to step in and stop the action. It's a fighter's job to continue until a referee stops him.
Protect yourself at all times.
A little bit of blood pouring down there for David Michaud, who can take up to 5 minutes for recovery time on the inadvertent groin strike. Gleico França has been warned by Keith Peterson.
It wasn't an intentional knee to the groin, and natural reaction when you land with a gust, especially if you've got good control of that plumb, that collar tied, is to go to the head.
Down, yeah.
During the break, David Michaud's corner said to him, it's 5 minutes to the championship. On our scorecards, it's probably a round apiece. This could be the deciding factor.
Absolutely the deciding round. I had the Michaud won the first round clearly. Second round was, wow.
Guillotine attempt here from David Michaud.
He's trying to step over the leg and catch it.
He lost it.
Not sure he has it.
He lost it.
He's trying to fight for it.
Again. Gleico França forced to defend, can't improve his position. David Michaud doggedly pursuing this guillotine choke.
Might see Michaud walk it to the fence. He's going to have to let it go. Pretty slippery with all the blood.
Again attempts and rolls over Gleico França. Dominant position here. Knee to the body. David Michaud bulldogging Gleico França.
Another knee to the body.
Now he's showing that wrestling pedigree. He's defending these takedowns, making his hips heavy, making Gleico França carry that weight, and punishing him on top of that.
A guillotine attempt again. This one looks tight.
He's got to get on his right hip. He's not going to get this by extending his body straight. He's got to turn onto that right hip and crush as he extends.
França's clowned out. You can see the crown coming out. Too slippery to catch that guillotine now, and now he's on the bottom. He's given up his top position. He's got to scramble. He cannot spend the rest of the round on the bottom here.
And that guillotine at times does take a lot out of your arms.
Furious attempts there from David Michaud, and now his corner imploring him to work to get up. You see the fatigue setting in potentially on the bottom there.
There, Wizards.
Big Wizard
stand here. Body lock. Nice knee as it came up. Double, he's got his body lock again now.
I mean, look at the scrambles these guys are creating.
That was right behind the ear, that right hook. And França's in trouble.
Michaud egging the Brazilian Zombie on. He attempted that uppercut. Maybe he hurt you from earlier, Andy.
I've been saying that for 2 rounds. He keeps ducking his head in that situation.
And Eve, we talked about fatigue. Clearly, Gleico França is running at or near empty right now. But the Zombie keeps going. That's why they call him the Brazilian Zombie. Body kick caught by David Michaud.
I think that guillotine may have had something to do with it. That guillotine was tight. It interrupted his breathing pattern for a while. And when you're tired and you can't breathe, that's going to take a lot of your energy away.
Just over 2 minutes remaining here in round number 3 and in this fight. Gleico França pummels a right hand into the face of David Michaud, but receives a hook in return.
Hey, David,
an exchange of jabs.
2 minutes of heart.
Bloody and battered, but David Michaud putting on a good round number 3 as these men stand in the center of the cage and exchange. França searching for another takedown. Double underhooks here.
Nice job by Michaud to repummel, trade places with him, get off of the fence, and stay in control here. I think he's swung the momentum in his favor in this 3rd round. He can't afford to give up a takedown or a major position.
90 seconds remain here in our welterweight semifinal. The winner will face Ray Cooper III at New York City's Madison Square Garden on New Year's Eve for a championship. 2 big right hands from Michaud. Body kick from França. Another hook from Michaud. The Brazilian Zombie is staggered. Michaud with a combination. Minute left.
These guys want that shot at the finals. They want to fight on New Year's Eve.
Those 2 guys letting it all hang out in the cage right there.
Uppercut there from Michaud. On the exit, searches for a hook, just misses. 40 seconds remaining. Right hand, hook, uppercut, left hook. Michaud pouring it on late.
This is what I love about fighting. When guys want to lay it all on the line and nobody wants to back down, nobody wants to quit. These These guys have been in the cage for 22 minutes at this point, 24 minutes.
Nice attempt by Mashad to sweep the leg, catches the kick.
15 seconds left.
Watch for Mashad to re-pummel here. There's the re-pummel.
They'll finish this fight against the cage. David Michaud and Glyco França. Semi-final action. Bloody, battered. Did the Bulldog do enough against the Brazilian Zombie?
Ooh, I love the playoffs. It's playoff time, baby!
We'll find out who faces Ray Cooper in the championship when we come back on ESPN2. Tomorrow on Saturday Night Football, presented by Wells Fargo, number 10 Penn State taking on number 17 Iowa at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central on ABC and on the ESPN app. The Nittany Lions have won 5 straight against the Hawkeyes, dating back to 2011. Following the conclusion of our broadcast, it'll be baseball tonight. PFL playoff action, a final decision from Lillian Garcia.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 28-28, 29-28, 29-28 for your winner by majority decision and advancing to the 2019 PFL World Championship in the welterweight division, David Michaud.
It will be an all-American final. The Hawaiian Brada, Ray Cooper III, and the Ogallala Lakota Native American, David Michaud. He lost his first fight of the regular season to Sadabusi in 17 seconds. He has rattled off 3 straight victories and now finds himself in a championship on New Year's Eve. David Michaud, what an incredible story. Fight twice, win twice for a spot in the championship. Caroline Pierce is inside the cage.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with the winner, David Michaud, making it through to the final. What are you trying to say?
My good friend Blake out right here has a question he wants to ask.
Appreciate that, bro. I have two important things to say. That I'm happy. Thank for the sport. Thank my coaches. After fighting all the guys in Monarca Buru. This is my last fight. You guys never gonna see the Brazilian Zombie on the cage. But thank you PFL to make me feel a great fighter again. So thank you so much. And the second thing, she is right now watching. My girlfriend, her name is Julie, and I just wanna ask her if she wanna marry with me. Amor, Julie quer casar comigo? And I will make sure you guys see the Instagram from PFL. We're gonna film the answer. I don't know if it's yes or no. So thank you so much, guys. I love you.
Congratulations. David, quick word with yourself. You faced Ray Cooper III in the final. How'd you like the look of that fight?
Oh, I love that fight. I just had 2 wars with 2 of the toughest guys in the world. I'm ready for Ray Cooper. You know, I'm one of the few guys that has cardio to go 5, and I'm excited. I fought a tough guy that knocks people out. I fought another tough guy that finishes people, and I came out here, had 2 wars, went 2 fights, 1 night. I'm ready for Ray Cooper. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Welcome to the PFL. We'll see you in the final. David Michaud. Back to you, Sean.
A season 2 newcomer, David Michaud, 3 straight fights to come back from the brink and find a spot in the championship bout against Ray Cooper III. So finals are set in 2 different weight classes. Women's lightweight, it'll be Kayla Harrison and Larissa Pacheco, a regular season rematch. That one has great fight written all over it.
Absolutely.
Can't wait for that one, Eve.
Absolutely. Pacheco's going to have an opportunity to train for Harrison. I cannot wait to see how she prepares herself for that one.
Now let's take a look at the Presidente KO of the night. Oh! Ray Cooper with a big right hand shuts the lights out on the action man, Chris Curtis.
He counters, he leans back, he puts all that weight in his right foot, transfers that foot, that power from that foot, all the way out to that fist, lands it right on Chris Curtis's chin, and puts Chris Curtis down in a heap.
And no surprise here, when we look at the real-time pain relief fastest strike of the night,
I wonder who it is.
Happens to be the same punch, 26.4 miles an hour.
Sean, just let me drive by you in a car with the soda can at 26 miles an hour and hit you in the chin.
There's definitely some guys who are going to need some pain relief after this evening.
I have no interest in that science experiment. Ray Cooper III, David Michaud, welterweight championship title fight is set. A reminder, the 2019 PFL playoffs continue Thursday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on ESPN2, live from the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll feature featherweights and lightweights. Fight twice, win twice. One night shot at $1 million. If you'd like to join us for PFL postgame show, we will return to ESPN Plus in just a few moments. For Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, and Caroline Pierce, I'm Sean O'Connell saying good night from Las Vegas. See you Thursday. is with great sadness that the PFL family recognizes the passing of Dean Peer. He was our technical director, a job he did with passion and precision. We wish his wife Amanda and his 5 children Godspeed. Dino, you will be missed by so many. This PFL season is dedicated to you.
Edwards. We have had our men's welterweights and our women's lightweights in action tonight. The playoff action has been insane, and what we always say is expect the unexpected. That's been the case tonight.
I expected everything that happened tonight to happen.
Including retirements and proposals?
I didn't expect any of that.
Okay, we'll get onto that a little bit later.
I just expected great fights, and that's what I got.
We got such great fights. Let's start with the women's 155-pound division. The first ever women's 155-pound division. We started with 8 women back in May, 4 contested tonight, straight to the semifinals for a chance to work for $1 million come New Year's Eve, exactly the same amount of money as the men will be fighting for. And let's start at the top of the bracket with Sarah Kaufman against Larissa Pacheco. Now, Sarah Kaufman was the number 1 seed. Many expected her to be in the final, but in fact, Kayla Harrison called it, and she said she could actually see Larissa winning this one, and that's what happened.
I saw the same thing. I mean, Larissa Pacheco is the bigger girl. They have a very similar style, and Pacheco is also younger. You know, she's younger, she's bigger, she understands the way Sarah Kaufman fights, and she used that strength and that length to her advantage. She stayed on the outside, landed the big shots, but then when she landed these takedowns, she was able to stay on top of Sarah Kaufman. Kaufman could not create any scrambles that would give her the position to get out. Larissa Pacheco stayed on top to land big shots. She made Sarah Kaufman miss and made her pay. Kaufman landed a few shots, but all of them Pacheco was able to eat and walk right through. Right here, she misses the first trip, hits the second, gets on top. She's just showing that style, landing the big punches on the outside. Kaufman lands the one here, but Pacheco ties her up right away, and she goes to work the takedown. She did exactly what she needed to do. She told us earlier in the season that when she has time to train for someone, specify on a game plan and work it out, that's when she really performs. She wanted to have that opportunity against Kayla Harrison, and because of what she did tonight, she lived up to her side of the bargain and wanted that rematch. So she got that opportunity.
Well, she did, because Kayla Harrison was next out of the women, and she fought Bobby Joe Diel, a late replacement as Jenna Fabian was not able to make weight, but a similar opponent in that she was 6 feet tall, a southpaw striker, and a fantastic striker as well. And Kayla actually said it was very difficult to get down someone as tall as Bobby Joe Diel, but Kayla is a true champion. She got in there tonight, and she got it done pretty quickly.
She got it done very quickly. She did exactly what you expect someone to do in a fight like this. This was Kayla Harrison's first opponent that had the striking acumen of someone like Bobby Joe Diel. But what did Kayla do? Tie her up, get it to the inside, take her down. One of these takedowns, Bobby Joe was able to get back to her feet, so she's obviously been working on her bottom game. She got back to her feet, but Kayla was able to land a second takedown, and from there, she worked the position, worked herself into the mount, landed some big shots, and as soon as, and she said this to you, as soon as Bobby Joe exposed that arm, Kayla took it with her. That arm's Kayla's now. Kayla has 3 arms.
I think she took that arm.
She said she's taking it.
Kayla told us that she planned to use her judo more. She's been sort of working on her other MMA skills, not utilizing her best skill of all, which is judo, and she did that tonight, like you say, taking the arm with her. And this sets up the rematch with Larissa Pacheco, which was their first fight of the regular season. Both of them got one another late notice because of the change in opponents, late notice, but they will fight one another. You can see it there. There's the lightweight women's playoff bracket, and it will be the American Kayla Harrison taking on the Brazilian, the 25-year-old Larissa Pacheco. How do you like this matchup?
I really like this matchup. Why? Because Pacheco, she has a lot of experience. Kayla Harrison has a lot of combat sport experience. She's young in mixed martial arts, but she has a lot of experience also. But what I like about Pacheco is she's a smart fighter. She knows how to improve, and she has a wide variety of skills, right? So she focused on one set of her skills for an opponent. That got switched. She had to face Kayla Harrison. We saw her in the rest of the season. She was able to focus on her opponents, and because of that, she's been dominant. So if she has the time from now until New Year's Eve to focus on Kayla Harrison, I really expect a different fight. She did give Kayla a little bit of problems in that first fight. I expect her to give her more this time.
Likewise, Kayla gets to prepare for Larissa this time, so it works both ways. But we've got Shauna Connell and Randy Couture standing by. I want to get your thoughts on this one, guys.
Huge matchup in the Women's Lightweight Championship for $1 million, which coincidentally is exactly what the men are going to get for their championship bouts on New Year's Eve. Kayla Harrison, Larissa Pacheco. It'll be 5-minute rounds potentially at Madison Square Garden. Randy, this is a phenomenal matchup, and it just so happens to be one that we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure who wants this rematch more. You know, we saw Kayla Harrison break down after the unanimous decision win over Pacheco. She's, you know, arguably very hard on herself and wanted a better performance. Pacheco didn't get a full camp to train for Kayla Harrison, so she wants the rematch, obviously, because she came up short in the decision. But I think Kayla Harrison wants this rematch, too, because she feels like she can take the gloves off and do better, be more impressive and finish Pacheco if she gets a chance.
Larisha Pacheco put on a phenomenal, complete performance tonight to dispatch the most experienced fighter in the division and the #1 seed in Sarah Kaufman. She wanted the rematch, and she earned it with a very well-rounded performance. Her entire arsenal of skills put on display. We know she's a good grappler. That's how she got into the playoffs. We know she's a good striker. She used distance and power tonight. Larisha Pacheco is young, but she's experienced, and she is a complete fighter.
Thanks, Sean. Well, let's take a look at the men's welterweight quarterfinals. The first one took place between Sadibou Sy and Ray Cooper III, two electrifying strikers. Sadibou standing so much taller, a 10-inch reach advantage. It was really going to be who could get in there, whether Sadibou could keep range, whether Ray could close that distance and maybe use his wrestling. And this was a hard one for all of us to watch and for them to fight as well, because there was a lot of respect between the two of them, two such great guys.
Yeah, I have a personal relationship with both of these guys, and I have this love-hate relationship with when guys that I have personal relationships with fight. Why? Because I don't want either one of those guys to lose, but those are always the best fights. Those guys really, really put it on each other. I mean, we know that Sadibou is a striker. He's a sniper. He loves to stay outside and use his length. Ray Cooper wanted to get inside, and he was able to a couple of times. We saw Sadibou defend takedowns well early in the fight. The few times that Ray did get him down, he was able to get back up. But right here, Ray lands a three-punch combination that hurts Sadibou. Sadibou tries to pull guard. He goes down, and he's able to recover, get back to his feet, and do some damage later on in the round. Ray's on top, though, and landing some big shots. Right here, Sadibou clips Ray with a short right hand, and Ray's a little bit hurt. Ray wants to tie him up and get him to his back, but Sadibou's landing these knees, and on the third one, watch what Ray does. He catches that from the outside, from the inside with the Navy ride, and works himself into a position to get to the takedown. He finishes the takedown. Sadibou makes it to the second round, but right here, Ray just runs him over, bears him over with that double leg, low double, and again, he turns the corner on him, takes Sadibou down, and dominates from top control here. And this is how Ray Cooper won the fight, with his wrestling. His striking is always dangerous, but he was able to win that fight with his wrestling, and he showed some growth in that one.
Well, the winner was to fight the winner of Magomed Karamov, the number 2 seed, and the guy who was the champion last year, fighting Chris Curtis. And it was a rematch from the last fight of the regular season. Went the same way.
It went very much the same way. Magomed Karamov, I mean, Chris Curtis made some adjustments. He did give Magomed a little more trouble, but Magomed also was a little more aggressive. Magomed was able to get the takedowns and take Chris Curtis's back, land big shots, land big knees on the outside, and just really control. This is where Chris Curtis has the problem. Right here, Chris Curtis tries to hit the Granby roll, but Magomed blocks that. That shows a high level of wrestling, because there's a transitional move, and he shuts it down completely. He stays on Chris Curtis's back and just controls the fight. He does a great job tonight, and he did win the fight. Now, Chris Curtis lost that fight, put his gloves down, and he retired after that fight, went on Instagram and said that he was out of the fight. So, you know, it was kind of crazy the way the night turned out.
Well, this is where it did get crazy. So then we get news that Magomed cannot continue. The rules mean that Chris Curtis, who lost that fight, is the next guy in line to step in and to fight Ray Cooper III. He'd retired mentally. You've ended your entire career. You're not ready to then put those gloves back on, the mouthpiece back in, and get out there within less than an hour to fight again. But that's exactly what happened. He got the news, he had to get ready again and step in there to face one of the most dangerous strikers in Ray Cooper III. So let's take a look at the welterweight bracket after that news and those performances. And there we have it. We've been looking at the bottom portion of the bracket. It teed up a semi-final between Ray Cooper III and Chris Curtis, despite Curtis coming off the loss. That's how crazy it is. We'll talk about the upper portion in just a moment, but you can see there we've got our two finalists, David Michaud and Ray Cooper III. So here it was, that semi-final, and Ray Cooper showed us the power that we know him for.
He showed us the power, but at first he showed us the wrestling. He was able to get in on Chris Curtis's legs, and he ran the pipe on him. He changed directions on him and chain wrestled him to his back. He did a good job, and he just showed all of his skills tonight. Chris Curtis worked a lot of offense from his back, but he was not able to threaten Ray Cooper at all. He got back to his feet, and right here, Ray lands a big right hand. He was squatted on the right leg, and he just leaned into that big right hand. All that power came out of the leg, transferred to his body, and came out that fist and landed right on Curtis's chin, and he put him to sleep. Ray Cooper this is the first knockout we've seen from Ray Cooper all season.
Yes.
Right?
After seeing him last season run through everybody with knockouts until the final.
He showed us his whole range of skills, and it was a great job by Ray Cooper tonight.
Well, he's in the final for the second time. He takes on David Michaud. I wonder if he's a little bit disappointed that he doesn't get the rematch or to get to fight Magomed again. Of course, he lost to Maga in the final. But anyway, Sean, Randy, I want to get your take on that semi-final, because Sean, you were the one that announced the fact that Curtis was back in.
You know, Caroline, I pride myself on being ready to think on my feet and maybe even predicting what's going to happen on a night like tonight, but none of us could have guessed that we were going to see last year's champion fall out of the bracket with an injury, Chris Curtis retire, then unretire, come back in against Ray Cooper III, and Randy, an explosive right hand, the fastest punch of the night from Ray Cooper III. He punches his ticket back to New York.
Yeah, 26 miles an hour, and we saw a much more tempered, calculating and cautious Ray, not reckless, not with the, and I think that was the difference. We saw him use his wrestling effectively in a lot of very key situations that put him in the place that he's in right now in the finals.
You know, it's great to see Ray Cooper be strategic, to be smart, to be tempered, but there is nothing better than one of those big overhand rights landing and someone's lights getting shut out. I love you, Chris Curtis, action man. I wish you well in your retirement if that is the decision that you made. But Ray Cooper landing a shot like that, no one gets to stay awake. And it was exciting for the fans. 200-plus strong from the 9th Island just right here in Las Vegas. Unbelievable.
And Ray Cooper, thank you, Ray Cooper actually jumped out the cage. We thought he was running in that direction. Well, in order to see who would fight Ray in the final, we take it back to the top of the bracket and take a look at the other quarterfinal in the welterweight division. That's been Glyco França, the #1 seed, against Andre Fialho, the #8 seed. Now, #1 versus #8, you'd think the #1 would be very dominant, but this was such a closely fought contest.
Yeah, and the #1 seed just eked out a victory in this one, but Andre Fialho, he showed us something. We didn't really know a whole lot about him. He took a fight with Chris Curtis on short notice and lost that one, but in this fight, he showed us a variety of skills. He defended some takedowns, but right here, Frank is going to finish this one. This is the first takedown that he attacks, and he gets under Fialho's hips, and he's able to pull his hips out and put Fialho on his back. And once he does that, Fialho does not concede the takedown. Look at him. He's constantly trying to fight to get up, but Franz is doing the right thing. He's elevating the hip that he wants to turn to. And right here, this is where Andre Fialho had his best work done. He was landing big shots on the outside and doing some damage to Franca, but what Franca did was he recognized that that was not the fight that he wanted to fight, so he was able to get back into the wrestling positions, take Fialho down, dominate from top position, and show us that high-level jiu-jitsu and that cardio. He's really focused on his conditioning for this playoff series, and he was just pushing the pace the entire time, getting on top, wearing Fialho down, and getting himself the victory to move on to the semis.
Absolutely, but Fialho certainly put on a good show, and it was such a great fight. Well, let's take a look at the other quarterfinal, the last one for us to talk about in the quarterfinals. John Doomsday Howard taking on David Michaud, and David Michaud was so impressive tonight.
David Michaud showed us a lot tonight. He showed us his fight IQ, he showed us that he has a wide range of skills, and he showed us that he knows when to use which skills. He was getting into bomb fights with John Howard, and as soon as John Howard planted his feet, he would tie up with him and work his way to a takedown, get on top of John Howard and just grind him out. John Howard, they traded punches, but here we go. As soon as John Howard landed something big, Michaud was able to change levels, attack those legs, put Howard on his back, and just threaten from the top position. Howard was not able to escape when Michaud was on top, and when he did, he threw some big shots, but Michaud got to the outside and then tied him up again to take him back down. He attacked with a guillotine, did not catch it, but right here, John Howard lands a takedown, and he's on top right here. This fight was back and forth the whole time. Michaud had to stay smart. Howard was on his game also, but Michaud was just able to eke him out and edge out the work. He was able to get himself the W at the end of the night and move into the semis also.
Well, he got the win. He said to me in the cage after, he said, I wish I got it done quicker, so I got more rest time. He was already thinking about that. Because one thing he talked to us about in the week was just that adrenaline dump and dealing with it between fights. Obviously, he's new to the PFL. So here we have it. The next semi-final was Glyco França against David Michaud. Michaud taking on the #1 seed. And like I said, he's been so impressive all night. Let's take a look at that performance with David Michaud and Glyco França, because this was a fight where it showed both of them wanted to win every second of that fight. There was no let up the entire time.
This was a fight between warriors tonight. Yeah. Both these men fought hard, they fought smart, they both fought intelligently and did what they considered, or made the adjustments that they needed to make to win the fight. Both men made adjustments in the first round. In the first round, Michaud won that one. França came back in the second, made the adjustment, got the fight to the ground. And in the third, that was the round that I thought, we all thought sitting at the desk, this is the one that decides this fight, if it goes to distance. And what happened? Glyco França lands a low blow accidentally, but he also throws that knee to the head. That's what you do. When you land a shot to the body and the head comes down, you fire to the head. He did not necessarily recognize the knee, but he landed the knee, and that's when Michaud got cut. Now, a lot of people kind of fade after that, but Michaud did not. Let's take a look at these highlights. So, as Michaud's coming forward, this is the first round. Michaud is able to land big shots from the outside. Both these men are trading. This was a really, really fun part of this fight. I mean, both men are throwing big shots, landing back and forth, but Michaud is getting the better of these exchanges. So there's a couple of these exchanges that Fialho won, but Michaud is the one coming forward, putting pressure on. And then, the second round, França was able to get Michaud to his back. He dominated top position. He showed a high level of jiu-jitsu, showed some good wrestling and taking down the Division I wrestler David Michaud. But in the third round, this is right here. This is the knee series that I was talking about. The knee to the head came after that, and it split Michaud open. But right there, Michaud looked to wake up after that. He attacked with this guillotine, and this guillotine was very threatening. I believe that took some of the wind out of França. But when França was able to defend and get out, I thought Michaud's arms were going to be burned out and done. I thought both men started to slow down, but that's when Michaud showed his heart. He just dug really deep, put the pressure on França, and just kept putting it on him, kept putting it on him, and I scored that round for him also. I believe Michaud won rounds 1 and 3, and that's why he's in the finals in New Year's Eve.
Absolutely, and he was very sweet afterwards in our post-fight interview. I was about to go and talk to him about making the final and the chance to win fight for $1 million, and he said, no, let Glyco França talk, and I didn't know what was going on, but basically Glyco França wanted to propose to his girlfriend at home, and we don't know what she said, but I'm hoping it was a yes. David Michaud retire, and which is sad news for somebody that's so good.
He's very good. And his skills were improving. Yeah. I mean, he was on a long win fight streak, but I guess he feels it's time to hang it up. We saw 2 guys walk away from the cage tonight.
Well, when you've made that decision, you've made that decision. David Michaud then went on to say that he's gone through 2 of the toughest fighters tonight anyway. When asked about fighting Ray Cooper III, he said, I can do it. I've fought 2 of the toughest guys already. I can fight Ray Cooper III. Ray, meanwhile, just wants to plow through everybody in his path. And, of course, he made the final last year. He'll want to go one step further by winning it this year. So let's take a look at the final PFL bracket.
Well, Randy Couture, we have our welterweight championship set, $1 million New Year's Eve, Madison Square Garden. It's an All-American final, and it does not get more All-American than Native American David Michaud, Native Hawaiian Ray Cooper III. That's as good as it gets. And this is a bit of a mirror match.
Absolutely. Both these guys' strengths are very, very similar. Both have great wrestling backgrounds. Both are sluggers. They're technical fighters. They bring a particular heart and intensity to every fight. It's going to be very interesting.
I'm anticipating heavy hands, and this might actually come down to which guy can be more strategic and measured, which, let's face it, it's not really the tendency for either of them. Coaching is going to be huge in this one. It's a big championship fight at 170 pounds. Number 5 versus number 6. And last year's champion, of course, out of the playoffs with an injury. So, man, I can't wait for this one on New Year's Eve. Michaud, Cooper, don't ask me to pick it.
Coin toss.
Ooh, thanks, Sean. We can't wait as well. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight. There's 2 more playoff action fights coming up this month, 3 in total here in Las Vegas. But your final thoughts tonight?
It's playoff time, baby! I mean, we're going to get more fights like this for the rest of the month. I cannot wait until next Tuesday. And then on Halloween night, oh, man, we're talking about great fights. Fighting twice in one night. winning twice in one night for a chance at $1 million, we're going to see more guys dig really deep and show their whole heart and all their skills.
Absolutely. Well, we already know what women are going through to the final and which of the men's welterweights are going through to the final. More action to come. And a reminder, the 2019 PFL playoffs continue Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central on ESPN2, live from the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, featuring two of last season's champions, featherweight king Lance Palmer and lightweight champ Nathan Short, as they continue their quest for repeat titles. Fight twice, win twice in one night for a shot at $1 million. For Randy Couture, Eve Edwards and Sean O'Connell, I'm Caroline Pierce, saying good night from the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas. Okay. Thank you, Sean and Mike. What a night. Let's go to the highlights. Look to him. Say it again. Thank you, Sean and Mike. Thank you, Sean and Mike. What a great night. Let's go to the highlights. Yeah, it's just all rhymes. It's funny.
Sean and Mike? Where's Randy? Randy changed his name?
Ready? Thank you, Sean and Mike. What a night. Let's go to the highlights. Oh.
Oh, Mike Tyson. Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you, Sean and Mike. What a night. Let's get to the highlights.
I think I'm just here to be beautiful.
Thank you, Sean. What a night. Let's go to the highlights.
What?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, I guess we're done.
No, we're good.